Alright, hello everyone, this is Emperor Haterius, and I am playing Pathfinder Kingmaker Definitive Edition on the PS4. This is a game that was previously on Steam on the PC, and I have a copy of it on there as well. But I was super excited to hear that they were re-releasing this game on console, and a big update was their addition of a turn-based system within the game itself instead of it just being a real-time role-playing game. So it's more closely um, tied to the gameplay mechanics of the actual tabletop of the Pathfinder system. And I am super excited to start this series with you guys, and I'm going to start up a new game now. So with the definitive edition, you have the other scenarios, which I've never played before. I've played a little bit of the the main story on my Steam edition. I have not gotten very far at all because it is a grinder. Let me tell you. I might actually back out, turn the music down now that it's playing. Oh, too low. Perhaps that is enough. Okay. So, with this new interface, it looks like a lot of things have been simplified because it's all over the place on the PC because it's a PC computer RPG, and that's the thing about Pathfinder. In addition to it being ported onto a game, the whole tabletop role-playing game with all the rules and whatnot, you know, it's a more rules-intensive game style compared to like D&D and other games of that like, which are competitors. I personally, I am in an ongoing Dungeons and Dragons game at the moment, but I've always wanted to play Pathfinder. I've always wanted to play Pathfinder, but I've never had anyone to play it with. And this kind of, you know, gets me in the mood to play the tabletop more. I have a bunch of the books, and I'm excited again to play out this campaign. The Kingmaker campaign is actually a setting within the Pathfinder series. And they've made this game based on that. Now, whether or not everything sticks to the way it is in the tabletop version, I couldn't tell you. I've never played it. But, you know, the whole idea in the tabletop version with building up stuff, it has the same rules. I have the book, the Ultimate Campaign book in the Pathfinder First Edition, I should say. Where a lot of these rules you see in the kingdom building pan out. Like you build in your kingdom on tiles, and each tile can take up a building or a part of a building, and you have like adjacency bonuses and stuff like that. But that's only part of the game. That's probably half the game right there. The other half is you running out doing adventures in tactical combat, and with them implementing with an update for the Steam version and this console version, the turn-based system, it's going to be more closely, you know, resembling the tabletop game, and that is. I'm excited. I'm optimistic because it's going to be familiar to me with all the days that I play tabletop and have turns I have to take. People are swinging axes and casting spells and stuff like that. But anyway, that all aside, that long tangent, let's get the main story started. And we are going to be playing my persona, Emperor Haterius, getting his start in the Pathfinder Kingmaker campaign. Now, the difficulty, there are so many difficulties available on this, and I suck at this game, but that is based on my experience in the real-time tactics of this game. I am terrible at real-time tactics when you have multiple characters in a party. You can have up to 4 followers, I think. 4 or 5 followers in your party. Let's say it's a 5 to 6 party size. You have casters, you have barbarians, you have fighters, you have all sorts of people that have abilities, bards, that have to be cast either through your implementation of pushing a button while controlling them, or presuming that the AI, when they're controlling the character, is going to use it. And there are settings where you can tell them not to use expendable spell slots. Spell slots, for those who aren't familiar with tabletop games, spell slots generally in most game sets are consumable spells. Like you have a limit. You have finite spells available to you during a day, in between long rests. Long rests would be like you sleep for the night after work to regain your stamina, your energy for the next day. Same deal with spells, same deal with like character abilities and stuff like that. There are limits. And on the note of the difficulty and the turn-based system, I'm going to do a lot better because I know I'm going to be controlling these characters to get the most out of their abilities. It is going to be a longer campaign because of that. I'm going to warn you now, it's going to be a longer game series because, or I should say longer videos, because I'm taking turns in combats and going through each person's actions. However, that allows you guys to see the strategy that I use and implement in my scenarios. And I am excited for that. Again, what I'm used to in this game on the Steam version before they updated it recently was the real time, where I just had a bunch of people swinging and shooting spells and whatever, and it was just maddening trying to play a game like that. I'm not good at games like that when you have no control over everything, and that's why I'm excited about turn-based. So difficulty, back to that. Usually in the standard game, I drop the difficulty down, especially for combat, because again, I suck at it. However, I'm thinking I'm going to try a normal run this time now that I've specifically turned on the turn-based, because it's not something you have to do. You can still have real-time on the console. However, one thing I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to turn off death. I don't like dealing with, unless I specifically want to kill off a party member, which I've done and I probably still will do because it's the same game. I do not like having my party members die in combat and then just not having them for the rest of the game. So I'm going to turn off death stuff. So I have to read through this here. Character and companions will not die after suffering deadly injury, instead receive a death's door. I'm not a big fan of the death's door. Dead companions rise after combat. Yes. Okay, so it's, now that I've switched something, it's setting it to a custom difficulty, but I just want you to know I'm not really changing too much. Yes, I like being able to remove negative effects when I don't have someone that's just able to do that at no cost. I'm not going to auto level. I'm going to manually level up every character. Kingdom management. Okay. That's another part of this game. You have kingdom management, which have kingdom turns. And there are difficulties for this. I'm going to go ahead and say this, like overall for this game, I want you guys to expect me to save scum. When it comes down to like traps and kingdom stuff, because I want to get the best out of the best out of this, and I'm able to do that. Namely for like traps and chests and stuff like that, you have a once At least for chests, you have a one-time attempt to open a chest to loot it, and then like if the character fails, they can no longer get into that chest. Like they can only try it once. That means less loot if you can't open that chest. And usually, I only have one person that can pick locks. And the same deal with the traps. If you fail at defusing a trap, that trap goes off and it damages your party. And with the limited amount of spells and consumable items I can carry, because there is weight encumbrance in this game, I'm gonna save scum. Just forewarning, I'm gonna save scum that stuff. And I don't know if I can do multiple save slots like I can do on a PC, where I specifically title them. This is my trap save slot. This is my whatever. Anyway. Kingdom, I want you guys to expect that too. I want to just go ahead and be forward and truthful about that. I'm going to save scum this game if it comes down to it. Kingdom management. You have like issues that pop up for your kingdom that you put people on, and it takes a certain amount of turns in the kingdom management section before you have an outcome. And a lot of the times I'll reload those outcomes to try to get the best result, which takes time. And that's why this game is maddening for me, because I always want the best for my empire, and I always want the best for my loot. So I'm probably going to be doing that stuff. I'm going to drop down the kingdom management to easy. I could turn on Invincible Kingdom, but I don't usually do that, because I've never played with it on myself. Can't be destroyed by unrest events. We can get into the game. And I know this is me trying a series where like you guys see what happens. But, you know, like I've already said, I'm going to probably save scum stuff if things go terrible. That way I can reload back to previous points. Hopefully not too far in the game. Let's see. Only active companions receive experience. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do skill users receive skill experience. I'm not going to turn off these super hard modes. Combat text. I like having combat text because this is part of like the tabletop. Like you see what your characters rolled and whatnot. What are being casted. Show text HP instead of HP bar. I'll just leave it that normal. Show alignment requirements in dialogues. Yes. That's another thing. Pathfinder actually sticks to alignments. Unlike other games that are more open, you actually have... Okay, I think of it like comparing it to like Mass Effect with their Paragon Renegade, or the earlier Fallout games where you have the alignments. There is a 3x3 grid of what alignments are for the Pathfinder system. It's lawful evil, lawful neutral, lawful good, neutral evil, neutral, neutral good, chaotic evil, chaotic neutral, and chaotic good. And then like it'll describe when I go into it here in a minute. Anyway, I think that's what we're going to stick our I guess they limited in the console version. They've limited the difficulty options for sure. Okay, so what's cool about this is you get archetypes that they've already prepared when you start your character up. They have a name, they have archetype. I'm sure you could edit it, but I've never done that. I always go custom. You can create a custom character to play as, level up in the Pathfinder system that they have on here, and you can create an entire party. You can create more than a party in this game. You can create custom NPCs that can custom party members that can act as your advisors in your kingdom and stuff like that. If you just want them to be your advisors, you don't even have to take them anywhere. However, they still have to be leveled up like a character normally. So you take all the classes and attacks and feats and stuff. Anyway, we're getting way beyond what we're needing to get done right now. We're going to create a new character. And this is the interface for character creation. You have on the left side all the slots that you go down for each section, and then you have what each section has in the middle and the right of the page. I will, however, say what I missed the most about the console versus Steam edition, or I should say PC edition of the game, is that you could use custom portraits that you put in the files yourself on the PC, and this console version, at least at first glimpse at character creation, has a lot less portraits that you use for your characters than the PC version does. Like, there's a lot more characters available, and a lot of these on here, these are actual characters in the game. A lot of these characters that I'm scrolling through on the bottom. So that is kind of upsetting that I'm missing out on so many portraits that they had in the PC version. But maybe they'll add those later. Maybe they'll make a pack. I have the definitive edition. I don't know why they wouldn't include all the portraits in the definitive edition, specifically the one that I bought. Anyway, we're going to pick this guy. I believe we're going to pick this guy. Let's do a quick look through again. We have tieflings, we have humans, we have dwarves, we have gnomes, orc. I think she's a vampire. That's an Aasimar, which is like an angel person. An angel descendant. It's like the opposite of a tiefling. Tieflings are like demonic bloodline. Human. I believe that's a tiefling. Dwarf. It's either an elf or a half-elf. Dwarf. I want to say that's a halfling. Human. Halfling. Gnome. Aasimar. Half-orc. That's blatantly an elf. Yeah. These characters down here are characters in the game. I know that for sure. I don't know about these three on the bottom. I think this guy's a default. I don't know about these two. I'm pretty sure these are just character options. She really reminds me, like, I want to have a character like her in the party later. That'd be cool. And maybe the wizard too. It's always good to have a good wizard. Then you have like a duelist swashbuckler there or some sort. Anyway, I'm going to pick this guy. This guy is going to be my representation of my character. And on top of that, you get a actual character that runs around on the map. He is going to be a human male. And humans have the race traits of an additional feat. Let's see, +2 to 1 ability score of your choice when you create your character, in an additional feat, and an additional skill, I believe. First level, humans receive, bonus feat at first level. Skilled, humans gain an additional skill rank at first level and gain 1 additional rank whenever they gain a level. That's awesome. So, and then it pushes you into picking your class already. We are going to go. Let's see. They have a lot of options here. Okay, what are our class options? I just want to scroll through them for you guys real quick. The base classes: Alchemist, Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Inquisitor, Kineticist, Magus or Magus, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Slayer, Sorcerer, and Wizard. And those are your base class options. You can, however, each one of these classes, they have an archetype. For example, let's go back to the Alchemist. The Alchemist has 4 archetypes, just as just about every one of the other classes. You have the base Alchemist archetype, Grenadier archetype, Vivisectionist archetype, and Chirurgeon. Anyway, so you can do that with every class. It's instead of you picking the base class, you can specialize in something else, and each one of these archetypes have specific differences that just change your gameplay wildly depending on what you pick. So that would be essentially your class pick. So I believe I'm going to go Kineticist. Kineticists are living channels for elemental matter and energy, manipulating the world around them by drawing upon inner reserves from their own bodies. Kineticists often awaken to their kinetic abilities during a violent or traumatic experience, releasing their power involuntarily. As kinetic power is seldom inherited, kineticists are rarely able to find mentors to guide them, so they must delve into these mysteries on their own to learn to control their gifts. Kineticists generally use their powers to assail their foes from range, but based on the way their talents develop, they can channel their kinetic abilities for a variety of situations. Kineticists are usually quite different from their families and friends, so they often strike out on their own or alongside others with extraordinary talents. So, the Kineticist has a Fortitude saving throw of 2, a Reflex saving throw of 2, and they have various features and abilities. The features and abilities you start with are Burn, Elemental Focus, and Infusion, and their class-given skills are Mobility, or their class-trained skills are Mobility, Persuasion, Stealth, Use Magic Device, and Perception. Let's see, class progression. Okay, you can also look at like what your class will get each level on this chart here, the handy chart, and it goes from left to right, level 1 to level 20 on the right. And each one of these levels, you can scroll through and see what it gives you specifically. So that will be very useful. And as you go into different classes, you'll have extra charts like these stacked on top of this. So that gets pretty fun. So instead of any of these other archetypes, I'm going to go the base Kineticist class. That is what we're going to pick. Let's go with our appearance. It's kind of weird they make you pick your race or your class after your race before you do your appearance of your race. I believe we're going to do standard body type 1 of 3. I am right-handed. Oh man, I can't really see that. I think it was face 6 that I used. Because I was angry. I believe it was skin 5. Skin 5. Hairstyle. We have 10 options. I'm going to go with hairstyle 6. It's kind of hard because of the scarf, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. Okay. The looks are set, I believe. Nope, you got to pick the color for your outfit that is going to be connected to your character. So I'm gonna go with the nice green if I can find it. I want it lighter. Let's go with number 7. And what do we want for a secondary color? Because I think your outfit, your base outfit here gets changed depending on how high a level of another class you have. So like your outfit could change to say I go fighter or something like that. I think it will change my outfit if I have more levels of fighter. I'm still not certain on that. That's what I was delving into before this game came out on PS4 on the Steam version. So we're gonna go with, to be safe, we're gonna go with like that yellowish gold as a secondary. And I think I'll be able to switch it out. I don't want to don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if you'll be able to change it later, but I'm going to go with the green and gold as I do. And now we're going to buy our ability scores. We're going to start with a +2. We're going to start with a +2 from our racial bonus. And it shows you with the thumbs up symbols what your class ability scores derive from. Constitution is what kineticists use. And dexterity is what you use for your ranged attacks, I believe, of the kineticist. However, I want to be very persuasive in dialogue. So I'm going to put my +2 in charisma for now, starting out. So I've got +2 to charisma, so that's a 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12. And I have 25 points to put into the rest of these point systems. Honestly, I don't remember what my... I don't remember what my ability score array was on my computer version. Intelligence, I believe that boosts the amount of skill points you get. Number of skill points gained each level. Your character always gains at least 1 skill point. Okay, so your intelligence modifier, if it goes up 1 point, it gets you more skill points, I believe. Skill points are what you're going to be buying your skill ranks with, what you're trained in. So we're going to start with a 14 con. Let's raise that dex up to 14. I'm going to be using melee weapons. Let's raise this to a 12 for now. Wisdom affects your will save, which I have a 0 in currently. That's your resistance against spells, mostly. Wisdom. Negating spell of, the effects of charm person and other spells. Let's go ahead and raise the int up to 12. It's a lot. I really should have had this prepared. But I'm thinking about it. I'm looking over everything. I do want to be in melee, but I do want to be a caster as well. And I believe I'm going to be taking multi-class into... intelligence and charisma. Man, this is hard starting out. You gotta... As you go up in the ranks, too, it raises your modifiers. Those are the biggest, like the most important parts of that. This is pretty standard for me right now. Your Constitution, which is one of my base class ability scores, also increases your health. It looks like as you go up in score 2, it costs more points to raise that score up. So I just spent 2 to raise it to 14. I have 4 points left. Okay, yeah, it'll show you there on the beside the ability. Plus 1 to that's refunded to you if you take it away, and then it takes away 1 if I raise it. I really do want to be a charismatic leader. But I also want to be better in combat. But then again, I have party members I have to consider. I have other party members. I have at least 5 other party members, I believe. And dexterity is also your avoidance. Man, this is disgustingly average. I want to say I'm not going to use dexterity as much, but I know that let's see. I want to say your kineticist main attack is a ranged attack, which uses dexterity. Many ranged spell attacks, yeah. So I think I'm going to stick to this. I have a +2 to charisma, and once I go up in ability score, I can put a +1 to the score of charisma and raise it to a +3. And while I like melee better overall as a character, I am going to be casting ranged spells sometimes, and I want to be more proficient with that. So I think I'm going to stick with the dex. I need the con for my health, and I need it for my kineticist abilities. I think this is what I'm going to go with. Okay. Skills. Here's another can of worms here. You have class trained skills. I believe you can't use skills if you don't put points into them. At least in this game, you when you're prompted to use stuff like that, your character cannot do it. I don't want to be stealthy, so I'm not going to put points into that. Mobility is needed for balance and coordination, aerial maneuvers, gymnastics, and tumbling. You use mobility in climbing things in the world, whether you succeed or not. You use it to move near opponents without provoking attacks of opportunity, keep your balance, escape from restraints, break your falls, and squeeze through tight spots. So mainly mobility that I've seen while building characters, especially party members, mobility helps you dodge attacks too. You can only put one rank into each, and I have 4 points. I thought I would have more at this point because I'm a human. Maybe this is adding in that. We're going to go with persuasion, obviously, because I'm the main character and I want to be the charismatic guy that gets us out of situations or into them, depending on the needs. Magic device. Skill represents a character's ability to activate magic items even if you're not otherwise trained in their use. Your character's use magic skill enables you to activate wands and scrolls that you would normally be unable to use, equip magic items you would normally be prohibited from equipping, and avoid the negative consequences of using dangerous magical and cursed items. I can't say that I remember using anything that holding anything that requires magic device skill in this game specifically, because a lot of the flavor or the descriptive text in this game series, at least the Kingmaker game, is straight from the Pathfinder rule set. What I'm going to do, instead of use magic device, so I'm going to spend in non-class skills. I'm going to get a point into knowledge world. Represents a character's knowledge about people, systems that make civilization run, and historical events that made societies what they are today. Your character's knowledge world skill enables you to create or detect forgeries, decipher writing, identify monsters, humanoids, and recall knowledge about geography, history, people, and places. So that just sounds very handy, especially with me trying to be an emperor. I'm going to go with lore religion, lore nature, and that's all my points. So most of my stuff's going to be knowledge and persuasion. Now, I get 2 feats. I do not want to have to pick. Okay, there we go. It recommended a feat that I pick, so I really don't want to take that because I'm not going to be using ranged weapons because that's what my spells are going to be. So, feats are things that can change your game up and your character up completely, like the way the modifiers work and how their proficiencies go. So, for example, if you play a class that doesn't have proficiency in wearing heavy armor or shields, you can take proficiency in those heavy armors and shields. That way you can do it. Not that you should, but it gives you the option to. It can change your character gameplay and like story up, especially in the tabletop game. I am going to be playing a spellcasting swordsman. So I'm going to be likely using a one-handed blade with an open hand, because there's other classes that specify that you do that as a fighting style. I'm also wanting to be great at persuasion, so I could take persuasive, which gives me a +2 to my to all persuasion and perception skill checks. I could take a skill focus, which does essentially what persuasive does, but it gives you a +3 to a skill. Honestly, I think you can stack that. I think you can stack skill focus and persuasion, persuasive. That would be pretty powerful for story, but it wouldn't be great for combat. Let's look at what we got. Alertness. Blind fight, that's really good. So if something blinds me, or if I fight in darkness, I get no real penalty. There are teamwork feats where you can get a feat and someone else can take the same feat and you guys get a bonus, like you and another party member that took that feat gain bonuses, which are great. There's a lot of good picks here, and this is what I was afraid I was going to get stuck on. Of course, I've been making a character for a while now. We haven't even started the game. This is the tabletop put into a game format. There's a lot of options here. And again, this could change how your game works, like how your character works completely, depending on what you pick. Which is why I love tabletop games. You could do all sorts of things with your characters. They do not recommend with a thumbs down some of these things. I actually am going to pick something that's elemental focused. Here are the ones I cannot get because of prerequisites. Actually, let me find... I'm going to pick... I don't know if it stacks with the kineticist. You'll see here in a second what I mean. But I like the theme of my character being lightning, being a lightning elemental person. So let's find what feat I'm looking at. Okay, they don't recommend it, so it's sorted here. Elemental focus. Your spells of a certain element are more difficult to resist. Choose one energy type. Acid, cold, electricity, or fire. Add +1 to the difficulty class for all saving throws against spells that deal damage of the energy type you select. I'm going to pick that. And then I have a second feat. Because I'm a human. And I'm going to go with... What can I get? I'm going to take combat reflexes. You may make a number of additional attacks of opportunity per round equal to your dexterity bonus. With this feat, you may also make attacks of opportunity while flat-footed. So I'm going to take that, so I hopefully am able to get in some extra attacks on characters that are running by me. I don't know how much that will affect me in the game, because most of the time they'll just they don't really run away. Actually, that might be a good point. Maybe I shouldn't take that. Oh, it... Okay, so... Nope. It's a lot harder to deal with... Okay, so... Yeah, R1. That's how I changed the tab on the right. Okay, so... The elemental focus feat I took. Let's pick electricity. So that gives a +1 to the difficulty class for all saving throws against spells that deal electricity damage. So that's pretty nice. And I'm hoping that stacks, although I really don't know if it does, with my kineticist. But I will be taking other classes that give me lightning and electrical damage anyway. So that's just something for down the road if it does not stack. I'll have to look into that. Let's switch to our second feat. Our second feat, because I'm not sure combat reflexes actually are going to help me in this situation, in this game. Maybe my other characters can do that. I'll actually pick a... Let's see. I'm going to pick Iron Will to represent my character's Iron Will against spell-like effects and charming stuff. So I get a +2 on all will saves because I am the Iron-Willed Emperor. And now those are our feats. We are now going into the focuses of the class, and I am going to pick, for my kineticist, you get to pick one of 4 elements: air, earth, fire, or water, and then specifically within that focus, 2 options. I'm going to pick air. Kineticists who focus on the element of air are called aerokineticists. Aerokineticists often control airflow or electricity, specializing in mobility and ranged combat. I'm going to pick air, and then let's see, does it actually tell me that? Okay, so it gives me those options for infusions. Infusions are extra abilities that once you've picked your focus, you can use. And I'm going to go with extended range because you get a blast ability based on your focus. So mine is going to be an electrical blast, which is a ranged electrical attack. And then on top of that, I can use an infusion ability to have an extended range blast, which you have as a separate attack, and shoot it farther. So I'm going to do that as my infusion. And I picked now the blast. It should have asked me that before. I'm going to pick electrical blast. You shoot an arc of electricity to shock a single foe. Awesome. Next, we pick our alignment. Now, I'm going to pick my alignment here, and this is going to affect a lot of stuff down the line. It actually affects stuff right now. If I pick an alignment that goes against what class prerequisites there are, I wouldn't be able to pick certain classes. So, right now, I know of one class for sure that has to be a specific alignment. Paladin in the Pathfinder series. You have to be a lawful good alignment to be a paladin in the Pathfinder series. And that's kind of troublesome compared to other game competing games like D&D and stuff like that. They used to have that in older editions. Pathfinder stuck to it. I'm not going to be lawful good. I'm actually going to be lawfully evil. And my reasoning is that I'm doing this to make my empire. I'm I'm a lawful individual that's also out to make my own empire. So that's kind of a selfish thing, but at the same time, that's me wanting to impose my rule on a piece of land that hopefully will grow in time. And that's just the short summary of why I'm picking that. Some of my actions are going to be evil. Some of my actions are going to be good and whatnot. Your alignment in this game only affects what you have access to mechanically. And your alignment can shift. Your alignment can shift based on your actions. You're not just evil all the time. You can do whatever you want. And your alignment will shift because of that. And each time you do something that's good or neutral or evil, it'll tick on this circle, this chart where you're tending towards. I'm going to start as lawful evil, and that's going to get rid of some options for classes, but because of the way this is set up, it's making you pick your alignment last. So that's not as bad unless you pick a class in the beginning that, for example, can't be a lawful version. It could only be like neutral or chaotic, or it can't be anything but lawful good, things like that. Druids cannot be lawful evil, I believe. So that's off the table for me. What else? We'll see. Let me go ahead and pick that. Let's go back. I just picked lawful evil. It's still listed there. I'm hoping this doesn't screw up stuff. It does. Awesome. We know what we picked. Oh, it resets it. Okay, so Druids cannot be lawful evil. It lists that right there. It lists all the prerequisite alignments. It does not have lawful evil in there. You cannot be a lawful evil barbarian. So that's off the table. Paladins have to be lawful good. That's the only one they can be. Monks can be any of the lawfuls. That's actually pretty nice. And that appears to be it. So there are limitations. There are mechanical, class-based limitations. So I'm a kineticist. I gotta go through all my crap again. I've got my feats still picked. Air, extended range. Air blast is going to be electric. It is switched me to lawful good because of that paladin. Ready. Now I'm gonna pick the sound of my character.
Get it off me! I shall not falter. Adventures await.
I'm gonna go, I think, the aggressive, because that's what it actually was.
Everyone counts on me.
You could also pick to not have a voice. This voice mainly activates when you prompt your character to do abilities, or he takes damage, or you run him around the map clicking on stuff. He just like they just make sounds and stuff like that, because that's just the way the game is. You can choose not to have one, or you can choose to have the opposing, like, gender sound effects and stuff like that.
Someone else would make better use of this.
Let's hear you cry.
I'm gonna go aggressive. Okay, so they have their system of months, which go to 12 months. So, Farast. Let's do my birthday, the Ides of March, or the Ides of Farast, which looks like there's 31 days. There's 31 days in that month. That's interesting. So that is my character's birthday, and then we're gonna name him. Emperor Haterius. While he's not Emperor yet, I always choose to name him Emperor Haterius, because that's just his persona. And I believe this is all that we need to do.
Spell's not working like that.
Here's the summary. Lawful evil kineticist, human male. 12 strength, 14 dex, 14 con, 14 int, 14 wisdom, 15 charisma. My persuasion is my highest skill. Oh, actually, persuasion's matching lore, nature. Yeah, that's pretty high. I have special abilities. These will be on my hotkeys that I just generally gain. Coup de grace, demoralize, persuasion check, gather power, electric blast, fight defensively, gather power low, gather power medium, gather power high. Those are all kineticist abilities. And then it's just the extra stuff. Here are the stats. Armor class of 12 for my dexterity bonus. 4 fortitude, 4 will, 4 reflex. That's actually pretty good starting out, because I picked the iron will. Plus 2 to initiative because of my dexterity. Combat maneuver. Okay, I'm still not familiar with this stuff because it's Pathfinder and I have not played Pathfinder. But I have simple weapon proficiency and I have kinetic blast proficiency. Actually, that's... I'll do that next time. Once I can get weapon focuses, I can pick kinetic blast, so it makes it better. That'll be something I debate down the line. So, that's my character. So, my character, a kineticist, can gather power. Weight allows the kineticist to reduce the total burn cost of a blast wild talent. That is kind of hard to get into right now, but we're going to start the game. So I have electrical blast. That's what matters. I can shoot lightning, electricity from myself. We're starting the game. As a heads up, there's going to be voiced dialogue, but there's also going to be text that's not voiced. So we can go over what is pointed out, but a lot of times they're going to be talking so fast, like there's going to be text, but they're going to start talking the dialogue that's below that text. So there's going to be stuff to be missed. That's what I've gathered.
Our story started at the mansion of an Aldori sword lord. Drawn by the promise of a most dangerous task and a commensurately huge reward, heroes of all stripes gathered here.
Where are they? This is taking forever! It didn't even say what this was for, just that the Aldori were looking for heroes. Who are the Aldori anyway? Rich folk?
If you can't be patient, no one's keeping you here. Just go back to your mountains or whatever hole you crawled out of. The Aldori Sword Lords run the premier school for the dueling arts. They're also the richest and most influential group in this part of Brevoy. Take that tone with them, and they'll teach you some manners pretty quickly.
All right, you purple toad, just shut your trap. And if you can't, I'll help you.
Hush! Quiet! They're coming.
Greetings, everyone. I am Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori, and this is Lord Mayor Yosef Salimius of Restov. Welcome to my mansion.
We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for responding to our call. You may be few, but that's unavoidable. We need only the best of the best for this task. And I see true heroes before me, strong and fearless. Exactly what Restov needs.
The mayor, a middle-aged man with bushy sideburns and a monocle, wears a beaming smile.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, to the point. South of here, just beyond Brevoy's border, lies a region known as the Stolen Lands. This is disputed territory, and while it's long been claimed by nearby states, it's never been truly taken. I won't bore you with the legal technicalities. Suffice to say that anyone with enough courage and power to seize the Stolen Lands and name themselves Baron or Baroness, claiming dominion, well, none of the neighboring states would be able to challenge it. Of course, Restov would be first to recognize the legitimacy of this new state, as well as the noble title of its founder. Unfortunately, one serious obstacle stands between you and this title. A gang of bandits holds sway in the Stolen Lands. Their chief, who they call the Stag Lord, considers himself the rightful owner of these lands, and no one has yet been able to challenge his power. Bring me his head, and you'll be able to return to the Stolen Lands as their legal ruler. Any questions?
You're helping us found a barony? What do you gain from such generosity?
Don't ask stupid questions. Why should you even care? What they have to gain and why, that's for Lady Aldori and I to discuss. It's none of your concern. Your only concern is to swing your sword around, or whatever it is you do.
Of course, we stand to benefit from this enterprise. But if you're concerned that we intend to rule your country from afar, using you as a front, well, please know that these concerns are unfounded. Let's just say that we have a strong interest in the region's stability. We have need of a ruling power we can negotiate with, not bandit gangs and monster hordes.
What is that smell in the air? Is it the smell of unspoken words and political intrigue?
A tiefling girl is standing nearby, speaking that in a hushed voice. Noticing you've heard her comment, she winks at you coyly. There is a whole team of us. Who exactly will receive the Baron's title?
I will, of course. I'm the leader of this team, after all. Don't worry, though. I'll make it worth your while to help me.
We haven't yet begun, and you already speak of divvying rewards. What makes you think we'll even succeed? There's little point arguing over who gains the title when we'll most likely lose our lives there.
If I may please answer the question.
She takes a long pause, waiting for the voices to die down as everyone directs their attention towards her.
We believe you're all equally deserving of a noble title. Over the course of your expedition, it will be up to you as a team to decide which of you is best suited to rule.
What rewards can we expect exactly?
And what reward would you seek beyond a noble title and your own lands?
Honestly, that's all that I want. But I still have to ask for the others.
We'll absorb the costs of preparing and equipping your expeditions. Once you return victorious, Restov will also allocate you a significant sum to provide financial support for you to establish your country. Essentially, we'll help you build your capital. I hope such a reward is satisfactory.
Words, words, words. Significant, financial. I can't fill my belly with pretty words.
Of course. There will also be an official banquet held in your honor. All of Rostov's high society will gather to celebrate your feat.
Now you're talking.
It's clear as day.
Excellent. You venture forth tomorrow. For now, you can take some time to get to know one another better. Or you can head straight to your guest rooms to get some rest. You'll find we've already prepared supplies for you there. And thank you again for agreeing to take part in this expedition. I wish you luck.
Thank you again, with all my heart, for replying to this call. The flare in your eyes reveals your courage, the unshakable will that distinguishes true heroes. I look at you, O champions of Restov, and doubt not for a second that you'll be victorious. So venture forth toward your feet. Go, and return in triumph.
Hi, my name's Lindsay. I'm a bard, though this is my first real adventure. So, shall we go teach this stag lord a lesson?
Lovely. I'm Emperor Haterius. Pleased to meet you.
Likewise. Actually, I also wanted to ask you something. How do you feel about this Tartuccio fellow? I think he's pretty obnoxious personally. He appointed himself head of the team, and he's just after the Baron's crown, or whatever it is barons wear. Doesn't matter. I don't like him. I think you should be team leader. When I first saw you, I couldn't help but think, now here's a real hero. Someone who'll be praised in poems and songs. This is the person I'll write my book about.
She blushes a little. Wait, a book?
Damn, I should have led with that. Please, just let me explain. You know what the trouble with most heroes' biographies is? They're always written years later, based on the tales of, best case, people who saw things from the outside. Worst case, someone heard about it from their brother, who heard it from their friend, who heard it from their cousin, and so on, adding a new batch of lies each time. Every time I read about a heroic journey, I think to myself, why didn't they just bring a bard with them to write it all down properly? And then I thought, I could be that bard. I just needed to find a suitable hero and volunteer to follow along on their glorious adventure. A great plan, huh? And here we are, with a heroic journey lying before us. Who's going to be the hero? Some dwarf who keeps muttering about how we'll all die? Or maybe that horrific scythe lady? Or, God's forbid, Tartuccio? No way.
Not a bad plan. It's settled then. I'll accomplish the feats, and you'll write them down.
Deal. All right. I'm going to my room to write about tonight. See you in the morning.
I won't be halted.
Let's start by saving the game.
Let's move already.
Alright, it's a little different than what I'm used to, but it still has the same hotkeys on the bottom. Okay, that's the menu. Interesting. So our Emperor Haterius has his kineticist outfit with a set of leather armor underneath it. Potion of Shield of Faith, potion of Reduced Person. Let's go ahead. Take off that. Take off that. I'm probably gonna end up selling those, if not using them on someone else. Okay, you can change your colors. Awesome. It looks like it did change my secondary color, though. Maybe I'll do that instead. Yeah, I'll do the red. You can also choose whether to show your backpack and helmet. Mine's kind of a weird backpack, because each class has their own backpack style. I'm going to choose not to show my backpack. How do I get to my inventory? Because it's just showing me... It says equipment. Okay, inventory. So I have nothing but 2 torches and those 2 potions at the moment. I don't think I'm going to need those. And already it shows on the bottom of the inventory, in your stash here, it shows your weight and encumbrance. And my encumbrance currently as a 1-person party is 44 for light encumbrance, 87 for encumbrance, and 130 for heavy encumbrance. You also have sorting and all that good stuff.
I'm losing my temper.
You have character stats that you can go through. This is quite different though from the PC, I will say. Okay, on the bottom there is a tab system. You can go through what abilities you have, what your martial stats are for attack, defense, and the like. Your class progression, it'll show you your class progression by filling in each level, shading it in as you take the same levels in the same class, or you can go into something else. Your alignment history and progression. I have no events that are showing alignment change at the moment because it was start of the game. But it'll tick away as you pick different alignment options in dialogue and actions.
No one stands in my way.
Spellbook. I do not have normal spells. I have kineticist abilities. You have journal, which tells you the story written by Lindsay, the bard you just met. She describes every quest in interesting detail. We might as well read through it. The first step on the road to glory. My quill takes its first sip from the ink pot and scripts, or rather scribbles, the first lines of the book about the travels, adventures, and the victories that lie ahead. The book that will extol both its hero and me. Its author, Lindsay, the note to self. When I come up with a fancy nickname, add it here. I am writing this in the banquet hall, where Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori has finished telling us about the mission that lies before us. Tomorrow at dawn, our team will set off to the Stolen Lands in order to accomplish glorious feats. This is where my book begins, and the gods themselves can't say that what will happen next. Leave the hall. We have a long road ahead of us, but we all need to get a good night's sleep. Fortunately, Lady Jamandi has graciously given us each a bedroom in her mansion. I have to admit, I am so excited that I won't be able to even close my eyes. Fortunately, I had a chance to talk with the future hero of my book. I think Emperor Haterius is just the person I was looking for. And then you can choose to show or hide quests that you complete in a separate list. Let's look at the map. An interesting tactical map here.
Battles await.
Okay.
No one stands in my way.
Got some command system there. Encyclopedia to go over rules and gameplay mechanics. Formation. You get to change your marching order. Like where someone stands in relevance to other party members, which I always thought was really cool. And you can also choose to rest in a location on the map, in the tactical map, I should say, not the overworld map. It's very different. So, I have no weapons, I have blasts. Let's look at our action bar. Pressing triangle pops up the action bar and you can select through it. I have Electric Blast, which has the standard option and the extended range, which actually uses up a burn. That's what the cost is. Standard Electric Blast costs me nothing as a kineticist, while extended range costs me 1 burn. And 1 burn, this is important, the burn system for kineticists uses, I believe, Constitution as its basis. Your Constitution score. Let's go to my character abilities. Burn. Here's a more specific description. A kineticist can overexert themselves to channel more power than normal, pushing past the limit of what is safe for their body by accepting burn. Some of their wild talents allow them to accept burn in exchange for a greater effect, while others require them to accept, well, a certain amount of burn to use that talent at all. For each point of burn they accept, a kineticist takes 1 point of non-lethal damage per character level. So I'm level 1, and I take a point of burn, so it's a 1 point burn gives me 1 point of non-lethal damage. This damage can't be healed by any means other than getting a full night's rest, which removes all burn and associated non-lethal damage. Non-lethal damage from burn can't be reduced or redirected, and a kineticist incapable of taking non-lethal damage can't accept burn. A kineticist can accept only 1 point of burn per round. So my turn would pop up, and then other people's turns would pop up, and then it'd be my turn again. That would have been a round. This limit rises to 2 points of burn at 6th level and rises by 1 additional point every 3 levels thereafter. That's if I keep going kineticist. A kineticist can't choose to accept burn if it would put their total number of points of burn higher than 3 plus their constitution modifier, though they can be forced to accept more burn from a source outside their control. A kineticist who has accepted burn never benefits from abilities that allow them to ignore or alter the effects they receive from non-lethal damage. So, can't choose to accept a burn if it would put their total number of points higher than 3 plus their con mod. So I have...
Everyone is mortal in this world, especially when I'm around.
I love that. I have a con mod of 2, so I can't accept more than 5 points of burn, because that is the most I can take, apparently. So if I choose to use my, well, that's a zoom in option, that's cool. If I choose to use my extended range 5 times, that's the most I'll be able to do. Okay, gather power. Gather power is the other kineticist power I have. Let's look at what that is. I'm sorry if this is taking away from the gameplay. I just wanted to go over what my main class mechanics are. Let's see. Gather power. It's a move action to do. If they have both hands free, a kineticist can gather energy or elemental matter as a move action. Gathering power in this way allows the kineticist to reduce the total burn cost of a blast wild talent they use in the same round by 1 point. The kineticist can instead gather power for 1 full round in order to reduce the total burn cost of a blast wild talent used on their next turn by 2 points to a minimum of 0 points. If they do so, they can also gather power as a move action during their next turn to reduce the burn cost by a total of 3 points. This ability can never reduce the burn cost of a wild talent below 0 points, so you can never regain burn. You can never regain non-lethal health, I guess is what you call it, through this. So with this actually taking part in a taking place in a turn-based system yet again, like it's supposed to in the tabletop game, I can actually use gather power and burn charges and stuff like that, and have to actually use these tactically. In the normal version of the game, I'm just all over the place, as is everybody else with their casting. So like I didn't focus on that as much, and now I have to be more strategic in the use of my class ability, which is great. It's again another thing I'm optimistic about, because I actually get to use my abilities without just it sweeping it under the rug. Because it was a fast-paced game when I played it. Okay. Okay, squares pause the game in the tactical menu. You click left thumbstick in to highlight objects, and this is going to be important for knowing who's who to talk to and what items there are to loot on the map. Let's speak to Harem here. Okay, and when you're highlighting one person or a thing, you can switch to your focus with L1 and R1. So let's speak to Harem. This expedition is surely doomed.
We do it my way.
And that's my character commenting all the time, too. Adventurer. Just simple bandits? We'll deal with them in no time. Okay, they don't seem to have much to say. But yeah, mainly you want to talk to the named NPCs.
Onwards.
Okay, let's look at the map table. A large map of Brevoy and its surroundings, dotted with numerous cryptic marks and notes. I think that other party... Oh, the other party members left. I think I'm going to load the game and speak to those people, unless they don't have anything to say, because I want to make sure I didn't miss anything, because I was screwing around for quite a bit. Let me grab a drink here too while I'm at it. Good time. I hope you guys are as interested in this as I am, because you've obviously made it this far past my rambling. So 1 second. And obviously if you weren't, then, you know, I know you guys want to see the game. So let's see who else we have. Jathal. What game is Jumanji playing? I'm not used to feeling like a pawn. Tartusio. Tomorrow our glorious journey begins. Are you ready? I hope so. I don't need layabouts on my team. Okay, those are just normal adventurers. We already spoke to Harem. I guess they time out. Let's speak to Jamandi Aldori. Get some rest before the road. You've a difficult journey before you. Okay, they don't have anything to say then. Is there anything else? Keston Garrus. I'll double the guard for the night, just as a precaution. Okay, so apparently he's the lead of the guard, I guess, for this sword lord. Well, there's Amiri. Finally, the idle talk's over. Can't wait to set out. Oh. One thing got changed. Those got put back in my inventory because I loaded. And my color did too. My backpack. Alright, that's much better. Casey. Northern architecture is beautiful, but very heavy. In my native land of Kadira, palaces are furnished quite differently. Okay, so that's the tiefling girl. The demon descendant race tiefling. Let's head outside. Lindsay bursts into your room. She looks scared. Her face is smeared with soot, and she holds a weapon in her hands. What's going on?
The mansion's under attack. We need to help. Some villains broke in and started killing everyone. I barely made it. Hurry, we have to help the guards fight off the attackers, or we'll all be cut down one by one.
As if to lend credence to Lindsay's word, a scream echoes from the hallway. You're not going anywhere. Alright. General. In the game, combat can happen in real-time or turn-based modes. In real-time mode, you can pause the game at any time to assess the situation and give orders to your companions. To switch between turn-based and real-time modes, use R3. So you can switch it off and on in the game itself. Dice rolls. Most of the game's mechanics are based on the Pathfinder role-playing game system, and use dice rolls to determine the results of actions. The most common dice is 20-sided, referred to as a D20 in the rules, and is used for both checks and attacks. Initiative. When a battle starts, each combat participant makes an initiative check. The higher the character's initiative, the earlier they can act. Initiative scores can be viewed in the combat log. Combat is divided into rounds, each of which lasts for 6 seconds. So 6 seconds is everyone's action within a round. So like, you look to the right and you see an enemy and you want to move towards them and take a swing. That's within 6 seconds for you. And then everyone else has their 6 seconds during that time that they're doing stuff. Okay, next. Attack roll. An attack is a character's attempt to strike an opponent. The result of an attack roll depends on many factors. Wielded weapons, the combatant's abilities, etc. An attack succeeds if the result of an attack roll equals or exceeds the target's armor class. Meets beats, as they say. So if you roll a 13 to attack somebody and they have a 12 armor class or a 13 armor class, if it meets that armor class number or beats it, the attack goes through and then you roll damage. The amount of damage dealt in the case of the successful attack depends on the weapon's stats and other factors, such as buff spells. Attack roll results and damage numbers can be found in the combat log. And the combat log is going to be on the right side of the screen. The higher a character's armor class, the more difficult it is to successfully attack them. It combines many factors, such as equipment stats, dexterity bonus, and passive abilities, etc. So there's a lot of sound going on. Turn-based mode. In turn-based combat, characters act in turns. In order of turns is determined by the initiative check and depends on the character's corresponding ability score. Initiative Q, the order of turns is based on the initiative check at the beginning of the combat. The higher the initiative of a character, the lower they are displayed in the queue on the screen, and the earlier they act. You can delay your character's turn until a more convenient moment. To do this, use left on the D-pad to open the queue settings and then select the characters whose turn you want to delay. Press square. Such actions in the initiative queue are irreversible and the new initiative score is saved for the character until the end of the combat. However, you can still delay the character's turn again. Actions in turn-based mode. Okay, you can use... each character can make a single standard action, a single move action, and a single swift action, and an unlimited number of free actions. All these actions together take 6 seconds of the real time. Most often, a move action is used for movement or drinking a potion, a standard action for attacks, spellcasting, or additional movement, and a swift action for activating special class abilities. Other combinations are also possible. There are also so-called full round actions, which consume both your standard and your move actions. By default, the system chooses an optimum combination of action types to perform on your command. You can change this combination using square. Surprise round. If you initiate combat with an opponent who is unaware of your presence, your party gets an advantage of a surprise round. During this round, your characters can take a limited number of actions while the opponent cannot act. Move action. As a move action, a character can move the distance allowed by their speed or drink a potion. A move action can also be used to change the character's active weapon set. During a surprise round, your characters cannot perform a move action. Standard action, used for most combat activities such as attacks, activation of magical items, or spell casting. You can also spend a standard action as a move action. So, like if you want to move beyond what you're able to move, you can use your standard action in addition to your move action. Looks like. Full round action. This is a long action which consumes both the standard and a move action of a character in this round. If they can still take a swift and free action. It can be used to make to move a double distance, like I just said. It can be used to make a so-called full attack. If a character can make more than one attack per round, taking a full round action allows them to make all of the attacks. Some character abilities, for example, charge, and spells such as summon monster also consume a full round action. 5 foot step. A character can move 5 feet without triggering the enemy's attacks of opportunity. A character cannot both take a 5 foot step and make a regular movement in the same round. Free and swift actions. These actions are used to activate characters' special abilities such as Smite Evil, Judgment, a touch attack after casting a spell, and many others. You can hold L2 to ignore enemies and other objects under the cursor to precisely select a perfect position to move a character. Okay. Looks like I'm going first because my initiative was higher. Get ready for battle. Okay, we're going to pin the combat thing on the right so that people can see it. It also has dialogue too, which is helpful. So we're going to keep that to the right. Okay, so you have a cursor with the green that shows where you can move with your movement. I can press square to switch to a 5 foot step to try to avoid attacks of opportunity. So you're being careful, you're being dodgy. You can only move 5 feet. So up to 5 feet with that. And you cannot move 5 foot. You cannot do a 5 foot step. Okay, so there's single move, full move, and 5 foot step. Full move is using up your turn, I believe. I'm gonna. Okay, I can't save. I can also inspect enemies by pressing left on the D-pad when I highlight them. They are flat-footed. He's a neutral evil human. I've not actually inspected him, so I don't have a lot of his abilities. So I can spend the time to inspect them, looks like, or use an ability to inspect them. But I'm not going to do that. This guy's wanting to kill me. So I'm going to... Nope. Not what I wanted to do. Action bar. Now, I'm going to blast him with my electricity. Can I do anything else with them? Context menu. Okay. Okay, so that's the amount of pages I've got for abilities. That's cool. That's gonna be really helpful. It is a free action to gather power. I do not need to gather power because this guy's within range. So I'm just going to use my standard electric blast, which costs 0 burn. I'm targeting him.
I'm losing my temper.
As you do. You can interact with various objects, such as bodies of dead opponents, by pressing X next to them. Interactive objects are highlighted when your character approaches them. Toggle between interactive objects and L1 and R1. Okay, so now that that's... Okay, I'm just going to leave... that in the corner. We're going to loot this guy. He has chain shirt and a dagger.
Let's move already.
We are going to now make a save.
All this waiting bores me.
Okay. We have a weapon now. We also have better armor. It is a light armor, so I'm going to put that on. I don't have arcane spells. I'm a kineticist, so that's not going to affect me. So I have...
No one stands in my way.
I have better armor once I can get through the menu without screwing up. A chain shirt on.
Everyone is mortal in this world.
But I think I'm going to focus on my electrical.
I won't be halted.
Save again, just to do it. We're going to look at the quest now.
I'm losing my
because each time we have a quest pop up, it's going to update the journal with a bunch of stuff. Follow Lindsay. I didn't manage to get any sleep, but it wasn't due to my excitement. In the middle of the night, the mansion was attacked by some cutthroats who came out of nowhere. Blood and screams everywhere. It was terrible. I had no idea what was going on, but Emperor Haterius was in the room next door, so I decided we had to team up, or they'd cut us down one by one.
Battles await.
So I guess...
Head on.
Oh. Oh, they were killed in bed. And looks like some loot here, so I'm going to collect this. Because they can't use it now.
We do it my way.
Okay, so that's the party selection. It shows the cards you can scroll
Let's
through.
move already.
There's nothing else in this room. There's Lindsay. There's a dead dude here. Looks like this was her attacker. Incense and more gold.
No one stands in my way.
Old map of Avestan. Gold and a book.
Battles await.
We can delve into the books later. I like the artwork in this game. I really do like the background, like the amount of effort they put into it. They got someone. We have to help. Look, they're running. Get them. And what shall I do with this one? We'll finish him later. He won't get away. Okay, get ready for battle. My initiative was 14. One assassin got a 0. How do you get a 0? He probably botched. He probably botched his roll, so he got a 0. Assassin got 17. Lindsay got an 18. So Lindsay's going first. Oh. Uh-oh. He missed. Now I'm gonna blast him.
You're just in time. A bit longer and I'd have been... Whew, I don't even want to think about it. Can you imagine what a terrible loss this would have been? But it's all right now. I'm safe, sound, and unscathed, ready to lead you to victory. Lady Jamandi's holding the line in the banquet hall. You know, the one where she had us gathered before. We need to make our way to her. And along the way, we'll try to save some of these dummies who are supposed to accompany us to the Stolen Lands. Speaking of dummies, take this ring. Quiet now, so that little fool doesn't hear us. She might try to steal it herself. It's magical. It'll protect you. You'll need it while you work to defend me.
So he's trying to hide this from her. He looks back at Lindsay and starts whispering as he takes a ring off his finger, handing it to you. You receive Tartusio's present. I'm not going to trust that.
You follow.
I'm not taking a ring from this guy. I don't like him.
Let's move already.
It's another dagger.
In my way. I won't.
Is there a way I can just tell them what I'm doing?
Battles await.
I'm sorry, I should say...
We do it my way.
I deserve better.
Okay, so that's how you... Okay, you link them.
Anything is possible. And so they walked on. I wrote it like I saw it.
Okay, that's how you have them follow you. Okay, I understand now.
All this waiting bores me.
Okay, you could tell them hold position. You can tell them to go into stealth mode.
Adventures call to them.
I'm losing my temper.
Several companions in your party now. To select a single character, use L2. That's what I just did.
Let's move already.
I don't know if this was a room or not.
No one stands in my way.
Formation.
Head on.
Doors blocked from the other side. Copper ring and gold.
Await.
I'm trusting you here.
Okay. When your characters spot enemies, they do lore checks. Excuse me, lore checks, and I failed one automatically, so I don't have inspection completed.
Onwards.
So that's a group of people here.
None shall escape.
I got a 17. Bowman got an 18. Tartusio's going first with a 21. I need... Okay, so I can control them. Cool. So he's a spellcaster, and he has limited spells. He's a gnome sorcerer. He gets a +3 to ranged attack and a +3 to ray attacks. Tartusio is a powerful sorcerer who can burn an enemy to crisp with the flick of his finger. Unfortunately, his power is matched only by his arrogance. I wonder, why is power always given to such self-satisfied people? We are going to move... Looks like a bunch of bowmen and one dagger-wielding guy. We're going to move right here. What's our range? Ray of Frost. Magic Missile. We're going to use Ray of Frost on the assassin with the dagger. So that did some damage to him. You hold circle to end turn. Okay, there that goes through the spells. Blah blah blah. Attack of opportunity. Some actions performed close to an armed opponent can provoke an additional attack upon your character without waiting for the opponent's turn. Such actions include, among other things, casting spells, attempts to move away from an opponent, except for the 5-foot step in turn-based mode, standing up from prone, and shooting ranged weapons. Okay, so the assassin's going next. And he missed. Emperor's turn. I am going to take a 5-foot step forward, and then I'm going to use my electric blast on one of the bowmen in the back, or maybe the assassin. That'd be better. They got the dagger. That was a chunk of damage. I'm going to end my turn. Lindsay. Let's have her attack the bowman. Can I just attack? Yeah. I think cover applies too if you're standing behind somebody. We're just gonna shoot him with the bow.
Serves you right.
Honestly, I probably should have been saving my spells. Then again, this is a actual turn-based deal now. Oh, he missed. Oh no. Ouch. Wasn't a whole lot of damage. Okay, so it's automatically picking the Ray of Frost, which I guess doesn't cost anything for him. think it's like a cantrip or a 0 level spell.
Leave this one to me.
Okay, he's dead. That's a miss. God. There's nothing but ribs left for that guy. In my turn.
You deserved it.
And she missed.
Just die already.
Oh, she got hit. And I missed. It's not what I wanted. I can't reverse it.
Any last wishes? This is where I step in.
She used all of her movement because I misclicked. Awesome.
Time to get my hands dirty. Yeah.
All right. In the back.
I'm losing my temper.
Each character has a certain number of hit points. We all know this. To restore lost hit points, you can use healing spells, potions, or rest. Healing potions can be bought from merchants or obtained as trophies after combat. Healing spells are accessible to the following classes: Bard, Druid, Cleric, Inquisitor, Paladin, or Ranger. To use expendable items such as scrolls, potions, and rods, open a character's inventory and place them in the quick slots on their belt. Return to the main screen and click the belt button on the action panel to access these items. You cannot use expendable item on the inventory screen.
All this waiting bores me. No one stands in my way.
This works for me.
We're on the other side. It shouldn't be blocked. Because it was blocked on the other side.
Right.
Battles await.
Interesting. That was the longest combat we've had so far.
Let's move already.
Let's do our formation where we're all standing beside each other. That'll work, I guess.
I'm by your side.
Can't believe it. That could have been us. Well, their adventures have certainly come to an end. Hide armor, medium, and a heavy mace.
All this waiting bores me.
This way.
Oh no, is everyone dead? Pathetic. They couldn't defend themselves, but they thought they could conquer the stolen lands?
No one stands in my way.
Tianjia ink and gold.
All according to plan.
I'm losing my temper.
It's the end for you rats!
They dare to attack me?
Alright, I'm going first. Move to here. He's dead. Move to here.
Serves you right.
There's a hit. Amiri, I believe she's in a rage. And I missed.
You deserved it.
Battle's a waste.
Oof.
Oh, it's you. Stay up from under my feet or I'll strike you down.
The barbarian's face is distorted with rage. She grinds her teeth and sweat drips from her forehead. Noticing Tartusio, she swings her sword but stops it just in time.
Blood for Gorum!
Swinging her bloody sword, she runs towards the sound of battle.
Barbarians.
I think that's exactly how heroes should be.
What? Stupid, sweaty, and always looking for something to gobble up or lop the head off of? Calistria, save me from such heroes.
All this waiting bores me.
Okay, there
I
is
know what to do.
heavy gate securely locked there. Save again.
No one stands in my way.
There they are, the assassins. This is your last chance. Drop your weapons and we'll spare your lives. So generous. I'm afraid I can't offer you the same courtesy. Hey, you, ugly mug, get them. What in the name is that? Oh, God. He even crushed one of his own dudes.
We do it my way.
What troubles you?
Theoretically, we could just leave.
Let's move already.
And so they walked on.
Okay, the guards have swords. I can't really use them, though. At least at the moment. There's a spear.
Battles await. I won't be halted.
The passage is blocked. You can't make it through this way. Skill check. Sometimes interacting with an object requires a skill check. A successful check may be needed for a variety of tasks: unlocking a door, opening a chest, disabling a trap, moving a heavy object, reading an inscription in an ancient language, etc. Okay, there wasn't enough time. Okay, so... wanted to call it something else.
I'm losing my temper.
So, dexterity check.
Anything else?
We succeeded.
All this waiting bores me.
Those are assassins.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration. Any last wishes?
Oh, freaking bolt to the side of the head. Alright, what can he do?
Out of my way!
And he missed. You are too close, sir. Oh, attack of opportunity. Okay, so he can get it. Enemies can get attack of opportunities on kinetic blasts. That's good to know. If they're in melee range.
This is where I stand.
No one stands in my way. Battles await.
Okay, so we're gonna give Lindsay. Can I switch?
Let's move.
Oh, I gotta specifically select them. We're gonna give Lindsay actually one of these bows, I believe. What is... It's a D8. Maybe after this. I know later on it'll be better for her to have a bow because of the bonuses. Ah, an armory. I'm sure Jamandi wouldn't mind if we borrowed some weapons.
Applause, please.
Okay, she unlocked the armory.
You can count on me.
No one stands in my way. Battles await. All this waiting.
This stuff's got to be weighing me down now. Watchkeeper's key, small key that opens the northern wing of the mansion.
I'm losing my temper.
What have we here? This chest is full of gold. I guess it's for the guards' salaries, all things considered. Well, those freeloaders don't seem to have been working too hard for it. Maybe we should pocket it instead.
What? No, we're heroes, not thieves.
Who said we were stealing it? We'll just take the gold for safety so the assassins don't get it. And then we can heroically return it to Jamandi when this is all over.
No distractions. If you haven't forgotten, they're trying to kill us.
Finally, a voice of reason.
Do what you want. I don't care. It was just a suggestion. But there's a lot of money in that chest, and with all these bandits running around, it wouldn't be any better if they stole it.
I turned down that money. What is my inventory weight at? We are overloaded. 326 pounds. We are 326 pounds heavily encumbered.
I lead. You follow.
Oh, familiar faces. I hope you're not so frightened as to swing at every shadow. It's me, Jathal. I don't recommend advancing down the hallway, assuming you value your life, of course. There were a few people with me, and you can see what happened to them.
The pale elf looks eerie in the semi-darkness, like a ghost given flesh.
And just how did they all end up dead while you don't seem to have a scratch?
I'll answer but briefly and just once. Further scares and explanations will wait until we aren't being hunted by a group of assassins. Deal? All right. I'm undead. These traps are deadly to the living, but they're harmless to me.
What do you mean, undead? Really? Like zombies or skeletons or...
As I said, further explanations will wait until later. All you need to know right now is that we're on the same side, and we have to fight off a small army of hired assassins. Let's get to it.
Alright, so Jathal's in the party. You will encounter many traps on your adventures. When any of your characters approaches a trap, they will automatically make a perception skill check. On the success of the check, you will see the trap's location and the game will automatically pause. Traps vary in effect as well as difficulty to detect. Having identified a trap, you press X next to it to order one of the characters to make a trickery skill check to disable it. On success, the trap will be disabled. On failure, it will remain in place. However, if the result of a skill roll is less than the trap's difficulty by 5 or more, the trap will go off as if the character had triggered it. All check results can be found in the combat log.
Let's move already.
Look here.
So there's one there.
I will grant your request.
All this waiting bores me.
So we have a set of traps now. This is the time when I make this the trap save. And the thing's not popping up. So remove that save and make a new one. Not one I wanted to do, but I'll do it later. I'm still getting used to the controls.
Applause, please.
Excellent. So that's one trap disarmed.
That is possible.
Anything else?
2 traps.
This way.
Chainmail and a faux shard.
My temper.
Applause, please.
Excellent.
Trusting you here.
Alright, we haven't been checking our journal. This is a nightmare. The mansion is swarming with cutthroats, killing everyone they can find. Lady Jamandi is on the defense in the banquet hall, and we have to help her. And we have to gather anyone who is still alive along the way. So,
No one stands
with our new
in my
characters,
way. Let's move already.
let's look at Lindsay. I haven't looked at her yet. Lindsay authored the book you, my dear reader, hold in your hands. I once studied at the Academy of the Arts in Pitax, but I decided that a real bard doesn't belong within the suffocating walls of some school. I instead set off to find a hero, one worthy of being praised throughout the ages. And that's how I came to chronicle Emperor Haterius' journey to the Stolen Lands, and all that happened afterward. So she's a bard. Jathal, who we just picked up, is an inquisitor. And she has a scythe, apparently. Jathal's an elf from Kionin, one who is not quite alive. The elves exiled her from their kingdom for her terrible deeds. Her search for a new home and a new patron has brought her to our leader's banner. She pays little heed to her companions, and when she does, she behaves as if she's ready to bite their heads off. She gives me the creeps. Let's hope our enemies are just as frightened. So being an inquisitor, what is your inventory? Looks like she's wearing a chainmail of some sort, and she has 2 scrolls. Scroll of Divine Favor. Scroll of Expeditious Retreat. She's wearing a medium chainmail armor. And she has a Masterwork Scythe, which is a 2 to 8 damage. 2d4 slashing weapon. Okay, cool.
All this waiting bores me. Battles await.
I will indulge you.
No one stands in my way.
What are you dallying for? I'm telling you, Jamandi's cache has to be here somewhere. Well, hurry it up. Stop. Someone's coming. Alright, so combat has been started. Lindsay is first.
Serves you right.
Miss. Here comes a club. Nope, don't hit me. Oh, I guess he took all of his action. I want you to run up and swing at this guy with your scythe.
Unworthy.
Ouch. Let's take a 5-foot step over here.
Leave this one to me.
He's down. Let's back up, and then I missed.
You deserved it.
She missed.
Wretched things.
And she missed. Ow.
Just die already.
There's some damage.
Any last wishes?
And he's down.
I'm losing my temper.
What did they say about a cache? Curious.
Let's move already.
Don't push me.
Alright, so I've got a melee character. They should be in the front now. Not what I wanted to do. Again, it's a little frustrating. And then they get into position. Awesome.
And so they walked on.
Okay, so they try to keep their formation while they're moving. Okay. I'm going to do a puzzle save.
All this waiting bores me.
Because there are puzzles in this game too. Such as trying to open a door and not locking myself out. Okay, so there's 3 statues there, 4 statues.
We do it my way.
And they appear to have swords raised or lowered in that room. Okay.
Battles await. I'm losing my temper.
Alright. So that's 6 statues in 2 rooms. And if you'll excuse me, I'm going to do something kind of scummy in order to get the most out of this encounter. I'm going to look up the puzzle. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. Because I want... I've heard you can screw this up. I actually missed some of this time, like this set of rooms, when I first played this game. At least played as much as I did. So, I'm going to take a minute, guys. I'm going to get me a drink, and I'm going to figure this out. So, be right back. Alright, I think I've got it now. And I'm going to iterate what I have found out. There are actually 2 caches, or caches, or I guess it would be cache.
No one stands.
And there are multiple things you got to push
This works for me.
to open it up. There are 6 statues in all. 4 in one room on the left, or the upper room, 2 in that one.
Onwards.
We're going to number it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then down there 5, 6. You have to get both caches open, go 4. And as you click on things, it's going to lower and raise swords of other ones because it's linked. So we did the 4th one, the far right one on the top room. This is 5, so 5. Go back to the other room. Or you could do this where you've got your other members in other rooms waiting. And then we're going to hit 1. So we're going to discover what room we opened. There's nothing here. Aha, there's a door. There's a rat. We found a good stash. Wand of Magic Missile. And Masterwork Nunchaku.
Let's move already.
I think it's a monk weapon. Shining Scale, Carved Urn. Okay, so it's a bunch of stuff I can sell plus money. That's cool. So I got a Masterwork weapon and I got a Wand of Magic Missile out of that. Now that we've opened that door, we go back to this room. We push 1. Go to this room and press 6.
I'm by your side.
And now this is open. This was a painting before. This is the second cache. Uh-oh.
Hey, wait for me.
There's an encounter. An ooze. I succeeded a nature check. I have information updated on it. So we just encountered an enemy in this room. Awesome. That means more experience if you do this too. It's an aberration. A small aberration. We're gonna shoot it.
This is where I step in.
There's some damage. I want you... well, take a 5-foot step. Over here. And then blast it. There's some damage. Tartusio, go ahead and blast it. Haha, he missed.
Despicable.
And she killed it.
All this waiting bores.
I will grant your request.
That was disgusting, but at least we cleared the room. Okay,
losing my temper.
Potion of remove blindness. That might be handy later.
No one stands in my way.
Carved figurine, decorated scabbard, bunch of stuff we can sell. And more stuff we can sell. Awesome. So that was worth it. We got more experience out of it, and we got more stuff we can sell, plus money. Awesome. So, as a reminder, for those that need it, to open that up, both rooms, you go 4, 5, 1, and that opens the right room cache, and then you hit 1 again, and then 6, and that opens up the left room. It does not tell you it's open, it just opens it up for you. So that was a cool find. Alright, save our progress.
Battles await.
Looks like we're going outside.
This works for me.
There is an enemy.
All this waiting bores me.
Do you have a shot, Tartusio? Action bar. Abilities. Can you just shoot the guy? Usable items. Nope. What's the point of the bow if you're not going to use it, buddy? Well,
no one stands.
You cannot stand against me.
Heal me.
Ow.
Quickly.
That hurt. What can you do? Judgment, justice. This judgment spurs the Inquisitor to seek justice, granting a +1 sacred bonus on all attack rolls. This bonus increases by +1 for every 5 Inquisitor levels. Okay, so that's a swift action, so I can do that, and then I can do an attack and whatnot. So this is me activating a judgment. I think it's the only one I can do for a day, though. Maybe how long does it last? That's what I'm concerned about. So I'll have her end her turn. Tartusio. She's about to get into combat.
Out of my way!
Okay, so I guess he just uses the attack now. Oh, I'm in bad shape. I'm in really bad shape. I really should have used that movement to... Ooh. Usable items. Okay, so I used a standard action to use that potion instead of my move action because I already moved. That's good to know I can do that. Don't want to go into yellow because that uses up my standard action. Let's go after the melee dudes.
Serves you right.
And I missed. Oh, that's the tiefling. She's in the battle now. Oh, I got stabbed. Help me, they're shaking me. And she's missing. She's missing. Oh, yes, they missed. Why don't you get this guy off me, Jathal, please?
Advance!
Very good, thank you. End your turn. Shoot this bowman. Nice hit. There you go. I'm gonna get right in his face. He's probably gonna shoot me in the face.
You deserved it.
No. So close, but yet so far.
Unworthy.
There you go.
Ah, everything is so much fun with a little fire. What a night, huh? I thought I was all alone. It's good you're here. A bit boring, chasing fool assassins without anyone watching the show.
Her tail waves in excitement.
It's not fun at all. Many people have died for nothing.
Knowledge world check passed. You sound like a Kelishite. Am I right?
Of course. I'm from Kadira. But tales of hot deserts and shady oases can wait until the fighting's finished. But if you'd like to share a dinner and pleasant conversation, just say the word. I like making new friends.
What's cool is you can use, like, your skill checks. Your skills actually pop up in dialogue if you have enough ranks in them for the dialogues. Like, they won't pop up otherwise. I don't think we've met.
I am Kayesi, one of the many here who seek a better fate, answering the call of Lady Jamandi. But unlike the others, I never dropped my guard, day or night. It's why I'm still alive.
There are assassins on the prowl. We have to go.
I don't know where you're heading, but I'll be at the entrance to the main hall. I think I saw some guards there. Join me there, if you wish.
The tiefling salutes you and runs ahead nimbly. More corpses on the floor here. It's not easy to wash out blood, you know.
I'm trusting you
temper.
Okay. I'm in bad shape. What's our inventory looking like other than a mess? Type. We are way over encumbered. 16 cure light wounds potions. Okay. Now I'm healed back up. I think I just used that. I just used 2 potions. Awesome. Should have saved. I mean, that's what I got to deal with. Equip potion of light healing.
Let's move already. No one stands in my way.
All right. So it looks like there's a dwarf here.
Grotus, I can sense your silhouette hovering over me. It won't be much longer. Soon we shall meet, O Lord of Oblivion.
Dwarf is lying on the ground, staring into the dark sky. He doesn't seem to have any severe wounds, but his trembling whisper is weak, as though he were at death's door. Pour one of the dwarf's healing potions into his mouth. This should help. So it implies that you're using his.
Too late. Forgive me. Oblivion is calling.
The dwarf's wounds, shallow as they are, begin to heal, but he seems not to notice as he keeps whispering. Aren't you being a bit premature? Look at yourself. You've barely got a scratch.
You're wrong. Who would know better than I the severity of my own wounds? I can feel the last drops of vital force leaving me.
So that is my first failure at a skill check. Quit the act, stand and fight, or I'll really send you to your final rest is my other option. I'll ask him what's wrong, though.
I'm dying. I knew this expedition was doomed. Oh, Grotus, my vision darkens.
My only option is to intimidate him.
How rude, speaking to a dying man that way. Look, I can't even move.
The dwarf moves his hands.
It can't be, but I'm gravely wounded. I can't even stand on my own 2 feet. Watch. It seems I will live. I suppose I must postpone meeting my god. Not for long, I'm sure. But while we remain in this transient world, Arim is at your service.
Well...
We do it my way.
We've got another character.
Something out there.
Okay.
I know what to do.
Heavy gate, grate, securely locked.
I lead. You follow. I'm losing my temper. Onwards!
Right.
All this waiting bores me.
You, run and get an axe. You, bring more water. You, stay here and hold our defense. Those assassins are still around here somewhere.
The stout man's unshaven face is covered with scars. There's blood on his armor, but he doesn't even seem to notice his wounds as he confidently gives orders to the guards.
Aha! Some of our guests survived. Good. You need to get to the banquet hall and help Lady Jamandi.
Who are you?
Keston, House Gares, a fighter in the service of Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori. Right now, I'm in charge of the mansion guards. As you can see, there's a lot to do.
If I were a rich and influential lady like Jamandi, I'd also get myself a manly captain of the guard. Or two.
What's going on here?
Someone opened the gate, let in a group of assassins in the middle of the night. Now they've set the mansion on fire to cut off access to the hall. They don't want Lady Jamandi to get reinforcements. We cleared the passage so you can get through. Just try to avoid inhaling the smoke. We'll be right behind you. We just need to put out the fire first to save the mansion.
Considering Lady Jamandi's faith, I'm not surprised that a whole pack of assassins were unleashed on her, including a giant. But what's at stake? What could anyone hope to gain?
The tiefling squints, obviously curious and thinking quickly. Do you need help putting out the fire?
No, we'll manage. I've got my best people here, those who still live. Your place is by Lady Aldori's side.
It doesn't seem right. What if some of the guards are wounded? We need to help them.
Where's the hall?
You'll have to run through the fire. We've almost put it out at the entrance, so your main concern should be to not inhale any smoke. Hold your breath and take the first right, then head straight down the hallway.
I'll go immediately.
Fire doesn't frighten me, thanks to hell's blood running in my veins. I'll go ahead and wait for you on the other side. Catch up!
The tiefling girl starts off and dashes through the fire.
May Abadar keep you safe.
Alright, so I've got a skill check moment popping up. Scene check. It's a little iffy with the titling.
I will indulge you.
What are you waiting for? Get to Lady Jamandi. May Abadar keep...
Illustrated book episodes. Some game events play out as illustrated book episodes. The decisions you make during these episodes can have a drastic impact on the development of the game's plot. As with dialogues, you will often need to make various skill checks during these episodes. Yeah, depending on the circumstances, other things could happen too. And so our adventure started, earlier and much more tragic than we'd expected. The whole team who'd gathered in the hall yesterday had been reduced to but a handful of brave souls, led by Emperor Haterius, and not at all by that scoundrel Tartusio, no matter what he might have imagined of himself. Jamandi Aldori was waiting for us, but to get to her, we'd have to march through fire, literally. As we approached the burning building, we, drenched ourselves with buckets of water. Prudence is the key to victory. Before moving through the fire, we thoroughly wet our clothes and hair. After that, we covered our noses and mouths before we rushed inside. It was a good thing we hadn't wasted any time. After entering the building and taking just a few steps forward, the wall behind us slanted and crashed down with a terrible crackling sound, blocking the way back. While we may not have planned on going back, if we'd come in a little later, the flaming logs and red-hot bricks would have fallen right on our heads. Regardless, we were left with the only way to go. The hot air burned our lungs, and our eyes watered from the smoke, but Emperor Haterius led us stubbornly through the flames, while Tartusio did nothing useful at all. We'd made it to the hallway leading to the banquet hall when we heard someone calling for us. It was Valerie, one of the guards I'd chatted with a bit in the banquet hall. Even then, in that calm setting, I'd been stunned by her beauty. But now, amid the smoke and flame, she looked like a celestial avenger, an armored deity, menacing but beautiful and merciful, descending from the higher spheres to help us poor mortals. She held a burned, barely living guard in her arms. "There are 2 more," she shouted as she passed by us. "They are wounded. Help me pull them out." Tartusio grumbled something about how Jamandi was waiting for us. Meanwhile, Emperor Haterius rushed to save the guards from the fire. Succeeded in athletics check. Saving the poor fellows didn't take long. Together we lifted them up and carried them away from the fire. Only then did Valerie pause to catch her breath and wipe the sweat from her face. "Thank you. That was truly noble of you," she said. "And now let us rush to Lady Aldori's aid." Ensuring the guards we'd rescued were relatively safe, we made our way to the hall, where the battle was already in full swing. Gained 9 experience. Alright, now that that's done,
no one stands in my way.
there are going to be moments in the game like that where I'm going to want to reload. Like I said, and you've already seen already, I like to reload. Alright, so Valerie's in our party.
Let's move already.
We haven't looked at Harem either, so let's look at Harem. He's a cleric. Abandon hope and embrace the inevitable end. That's the kind of speech that Harem's companions must endure every single day. A priest of Grotus, Harem left his dwarven home to spread the word of the god of end times throughout the Stolen Lands. Although, if you ask me, Harem's just a whiner. A one of a kind.
Grotus awaits us.
Alright, Valerie. Who is Valerie? Valiant defender, a reliable comrade in battle, proud Valerie rejected her destiny as a paladin of Shaylin, instead leaving the order behind to find her own way in life. Her loyalty to our cause is only matched by her divine beauty. True, she can be a touch arrogant at times, but I always feel safe when she's around, like she's a rock I can cling to. So this is a knightly woman.
I'm listening.
And I think she's a melee based only. So we are going to change our formation. We have the melee in the front. As soon as I figure out how to use the interface without screwing up. So. Valerie up front. Okay. And before I lose my formation from reloading, let's save it again.
I'm losing my temper.
Oh yes.
All this waiting
Each
for
step brings us closer to the end.
Reinforcements are already on the way. Say your prayers, scum.
You cannot stand against me.
Okay, Casey's right there by the pillar too. Ooh, critical hit. Emperor Haterius is next. Let's move up here and start blasting. So I started blasting. I can legitimately say that because that's my ability. So I started blasting. Who do we got? Assassin leader. That's a spellcaster right there. Let's blast the leader. And I missed. Mirror image. Oh god. Okay, Casey killed a dude. Alright, Valerie. Let's activate your fighting defensively. Because you are going to be our tank. Once I, again... Unavailable. I cannot charge with her right now. You're gonna go... take on... this dude.
Let us strike as one.
All right. Give yourself divine favor. I like the music too. So I need to start taking out those chandlers, looks like, because they're making a shield.
Leave this to me.
There's a hit. Oh, she got a sneak attack. What can Harem do? Bless, True Strike, Channel Positive. Valerie may need that. Touch of Chaos, Destructive Smite. Alright, you're gonna move up. maybe right here. And you're going to channel positive energy, heal living on... Wait, did it? Oh. Did it not work? Oh, he's I guess he has to take a turn to do that? I'm not familiar with the channeling positive energy deal because I'm not familiar with Pathfinder overall. Usually it's just a spell. Take out this guy.
You deserved it. Any last wishes?
She can't attack because she moved too much. I went way overboard. Okay, that guy's done. I gotta kill those rift channelers to get them out. Let's move Emperor up. I missed. Ah. Protection from good communal.
Do not falter.
She misses, but that's probably the way it's gonna be with her for the rest of the game. Alright, I need you to come into combat. Okay, she's an evil character, so that protection from good's not gonna help them with her. I guess that's the other good thing too, is like when somebody casts like protection from good, my character is not going to be affected from that. Is that a freaking Hydra? Oh, she's really good at dodging. That's 5 attacks. Alright. Tartusio, I need you to do something. You're going to do a magic missile on this caster. 4 damage. Did you not use your... Well, get him into the fray.
This is where I step.
Okay, that guy's down. One of the 3 channelers. And Miri's in the battle too. She just entered the battle too. Okay, please hit someone this turn, Emperor. Oh my god. Cause fear. Oh, she got a kill. Nice. Alright, go face this assassin later.
Wretched things.
It's another channeler down. Amiri. Miss. Loot these while I can. Okay, he uses standard action to interact with bodies. Oh, now they're shooting at me. Alright, get in there, Harem. And he missed.
Serves you right.
Chandler's almost down. Well, he got one hit in. Round 4. Hydra's down. Okay. Oh, I used up my whole freaking turn doing that. This is gonna be annoying. I gotta be careful when I'm moving my targeter cursor. Alright, Valerie, take a swing. Miss. Actually, I think her the mirror images are taking the hits. Interesting. Right.
Despicable.
Okay, there's a bowman down. Another bowman down.
Your life ebbs low.
There's a mirror image down.
You deserved it.
Oh, that dude's just summoning more enemies. A manticore this time. Oh, she's just tanking these guys. That was a crit. Man. Ah. I haven't hit a single time with Emperor this battle. That's annoying.
Do not falter.
Okay, his mirror images are gone. She used up her move action. Her standard. Okay, now it's just the leader and the Chandler. Just having him loot people during his turn.
What a waste.
Miss.
Any last wishes?
There's a hit. Oh, she got an attack of opportunity on him. Okay, there's the mana core. Please give me a kill. There's a hit. Right to the back.
No one stands in my way. Everyone is mortal in this world, especially.
Oh, is it back?
I will grant your request.
That was a long battle. That was a long battle. I'm glad it's in turn-based now, because that was just going to be a fast, crazy shoot fest normally. But I'm liking how the system works now. Praise be to Erastil, we made it. That's it. Time to count our losses, I suppose. So many deaths. The night stokes our rage. The grief and tears will come at dawn. Not even departed, and we already won our first battle. Seems like a good omen, right?
Each step brings us closer to the end.
An unheard of atrocity. Mark my words. We'll find out who is behind it.
All this waiting bores me.
Thank you for your valor and bravery. The enemy was strong, but you were stronger. And that means I made the right choice. Just as I thought, there were worthy leaders among you. I'm especially grateful to them for the courage and common sense they showed while defending the mansion. But this attack means we have even less time than I thought. Someone already knows of our plans and is acting against us. You'll begin your expedition immediately.
Lady Aldori, please, I know who arranged this attack. The vile king of Pitax, Iroveti. What's more, I know who among us works for him. Hey, you! Show everyone the ring you're wearing. You think I wouldn't recognize Iroveti's seal? That's why he wasn't killed. The bandits recognized him as one of their own by this signet ring.
Take the ring from your pocket. You mean this ring, the one you gave me?
Yes. Such a gambit would be typical of Iroveti and his henchmen. And yet, it still seems suspicious. There's definitely a spy among us. But who? All I have is one word against another. I'm afraid you're both under suspicion.
They both came to your aid, Lady Jamandi. But a liar's cunning knows no bounds. I've never met these two or their companions. For all I know, they're all conspiring spies.
How could you say that? We fought together. We literally went through fire together. And then you vanished into thin air. After you promised you'd wait.
My words might be rash.
I bet my life despise anyone but this man. I saw how he dealt with those creeps with my own eyes. A true warrior. I'd go with him through hell and high water. This purple crook, on the other hand, he's got the eyes of a spy and the mug of a spy.
Lady Aldori, don't listen to this thick-headed barbarian. She doesn't know what she's talking about. during the attack, our leader showed his true colors. He forced us to break into the armory and rob it.
Now I have some decisions to make. Lawful neutral. Forgive me for my trespass. In my defense, we were in the middle of a battle and in dire need of weapons.
Considering the circumstances, that was more than reasonable.
That was a sound decision. Sometimes one must act at one's own risk and peril, until crossing the boundaries of what is allowed. Showing initiative is no crime.
It is insane when faced with death to stop and question whether you may be breaking some law or rule. Even more insane would be to ask forgiveness for making the right decision. Sorry, but your words display a lack of wisdom.
What about that trick he pulled right before we came in here? He knew very well you were fighting the enemy, but instead of rushing to help you, he dallied as long as he could, dropping everything to save people from the fire, even though the guards were handling things just fine. He was obviously hoping to show up too late and find you already dead.
Neutral good. People were dying right in front of me. How could I just walk by?
Really, Tartuccio? You're seriously trying to blame someone for saving people from a fire?
May Shellen spare me from ever having to make such a choice, but he behaved decently as a true leader.
A true leader is someone who has their priorities straight, not someone who would put a valuable ally's life in danger for the sake of some servant.
Enough squabbling. I'm still not sure which of you I can trust. However, the risk of entrusting the whole affair to a spy is too great. Here's what we'll do. 2 teams will head out. That way, I'll know at least one group can be counted on to serve my interests in the stolen lands.
Lady Aldori, most of those who were to set off for the stolen lands have been killed. Those who yet live will require help. Please allow me to join the expedition.
I'm sad to lose such a talented warrior. But you're right, Valerie. They have greater need of you right now. Go, and may Abadar keep you. Which of the 2 teams would you prefer to accompany?
If my leader allows, I would join his team. He seems a worthy commander in my eyes.
Commanders, military leaders, all these laws and rules are but dust and vanity. I suppose I will accompany Tartuccio.
Our leader is good in battle, but I don't like all the spiritual agonizing. I prefer those who can act without wasting time helping every little pipsqueak. Those like Tartuccio.
Ugh, Tartuccio's going to take the credit for himself and be done with it. Shellen, spare me from such allies. I'm going with you. You're a hero worthy of my quill.
As for me, I know neither of these 2. At least not well enough. And I have no wish to become an unwitting pawn to an unworthy leader. If Lady Jamandi allows, I'll remain in Restov and help mend the wounds this attack has inflicted. But who knows? The road may bring me to the stolen lands, but not yet.
I don't even need to think. I'm coming with this man. As for you, Purple Toad, just wait until we meet along the way. I'll be sure to hang your rotten spy guts from the trees.
All right, we have 2 teams. To avoid unnecessary conflict on the road, you'll each take a different route to the stolen lands. Tartuccio's team will go through Navakta's crossing. The garrison commandant will provide him all the help he needs. You will take your team to Oleg Levitin's trading post. He's been complaining about the Stag Lord's bandits for a while now. There, you'll be provided with all the necessary travel supplies.
Camping supplies and rations ×4. Signed scroll of Raised Dead.
I'd like to believe you, but I know all too well how convincing traitors and spies can be. If you're truly innocent, I hope you can forgive me this precaution. While you're away, Keston will investigate the night's events and learn who in Restov is working for Patax. But you should know that it isn't just Patax we need to worry about. The royal house of Sertova may also interfere in our plans. I've managed to keep this affair a secret from them so far, but that can't last long. By my estimations, you have no more than 3 months. After that, any feats you accomplish will be pointless. And now, farewell. This battle was but the first ordeal along your path, and you overcame it as true champions of Restov. May the obstacles that follow also fall to your feet. Fear nothing, my friends, and return victorious.
Trophy, assassinating the assassins.
Surviving a terrible night, our small team set off to brave our fate. Beware, stolen lands. Heroes are on the way.
Something I've noticed, not necessarily a bad thing, the art in the book here, usually for the storytelling in between parts, there's usually a character, as you can just barely make out. There's characters in the background on the left. The profile of the character portrait you pick is put into the book, unlike the way that the standard PC version is. So it's actually covering up the default look of the character in the drawings, plus whoever else is there. I mean, it's still cool they implemented it, but like, yeah, they're covering up previous art from what it seems. I believe it's a dude with a shield is the default art, but that's just something I've noticed in the last couple of books that popped up. All right, this is the map of the Stolen Lands and their vicinity, and they have a road system you have to follow. The closest reference I can make would be like any of the Mario games where you get the roads you gotta follow. So we are now heading out on the world map, and I'm going to save again. And I'm going to call this save on the road again. And that's my general, like, when I'm pretty confident that this is a save I'm gonna use often. Looks like the party's healing as we're standing here. That's interesting. Time is not passing because we have not moved yet. Global map settings. Let's turn on borders and area. Okay. So we're coming from Restov. Oh, okay, so it's a radial dial. You can look around the map. There's a lot of map in this game, and it's awesome. Oh, is this a freeform? Do they not have the grid? Okay, so I'm used to arrows that are fixed at intersections, and now you can just do a radial thing? It's probably because it's the beginning. We'll see once we get past. Uh-oh. Random encounter. Thylacine. Looks like a cat. Alright, we have Amiri, the barbarian. Let's have her charge. Looks like she's already enraged. Nice. Oh, there's another. Ow. So I started blasting. There you go.
This is where I step in.
Oh, she killed it in one hit. Surprising. Round 2. And it's down.
I'm losing my temper.
And combat's over. It's high time to set up camp and rest. In camp, all characters will restore some of their lost hit points, and those capable of casting spells will replenish them. To camp, you need a special resource, rations. To set camp, hold R2 and choose the corresponding menu item with L, left stick. An outline of a camp will appear under your cursor. If it's green, press X to set it, while the red one means that something is blocking it. After setting up camp, use X next to the bonfire to begin resting. Once everyone has gathered around the bonfire, press Manage button to see a special camp interface used to set the resting time and distribute the following responsibilities among your party members. Hunting, successful acquire additional rations. Camp camouflage lowers the chance of enemy attack on the camp the same way Night Watch does. Cooking, preparing a successful dish will grant positive effects lasting 16 hours to the specific character or the entire party, depending on the recipe. Special ability, every party member has their own special ability. You can assign more than one job to a party member, but be careful, that would prevent them from having a proper rest. While resting, your camp may be attacked by enemies. After dealing with them, use X to next to the bonfire again to continue resting. It is usually better to avoid camping in dungeons. You won't be able to hunt, cook, or use certain unique abilities there. Moreover, there is a higher chance of an enemy attack in such places.
Remain vigilant.
Okay, so we got... Nice. So we were able to skin... one pelt.
All this waiting bores me.
Okay, so we got to reset our formation now that our party got changed up. Valerie up front. There's a snake over there.
We do it.
Okay, when you're on encounter maps, there's a chance of there being lootable items and hidden objects. Here's a rabbit.
I need a challenge.
Let's look at Amiri. We haven't looked at Amiri yet.
No one stands in my way.
What you want?
She's a barbarian. Chaotic neutral. She's fatigued at the moment, too. Amiri is a barbarian from the realm of the Mammoth Lords. She's blunt, a little crude, and doesn't talk much about her past, but her heart's in the right place. I wouldn't have anyone else at my side in battle. Unstoppable warrior.
Well, I'm listening.
Battles await.
And so they walked on.
Cannot travel. Your inventory weight is too great. Oh god, because we're in a tactical place. When you're on a tactical map and your weight is well over the heavily encumbered stage, you have to drop stuff or you can't continue back to the world map. So now I'm being forced to drop a whole bunch of stuff. I'm gonna have to go through my inventory and drop a whole bunch of items.
Let's move already.
Because I think we're hundreds of pounds over because we lost other party members that would have gone with us. What is our inventory at? 760.3 pounds. Okay. We have a strength-based character with us, so it's a lot higher than what it would have been. But we're going to have to drop 151 pounds. Or so, roughly. 150 something. So, what we're going to do is sort by weight. Now, when we were given camping supplies, each one of these increments of camping supplies weighs 10 pounds, and that's terrible. Yeah, it really does suck. Oh, but there is in this game a chest that you can access in your hub area that you can drop stuff off in that you don't want to sell. Like if you're saving it for later level up or another character you're going to make or you're going to recruit. For now, we need to drop 150 pounds. Or so. The other thing about this is that each item has a gold value, which is in the bottom left of the screen in the description of the item. And what you want to definitely go for is the lightest item with the highest value. But when you're dropping stuff, you want to go for the highest weight. Yes, it uses combined party strength. So I have a +1 to my strength with a 12 score. I'm sorry. Our highest strength character should be Emiri the Barbarian.
I'm losing my
what does Valerie have? Valerie's a fighter, so I'm hoping she has a high strength. She has a +2. Emiri is a barbarian, so she should be a strength-based character. Yeah, she's a +3.
Done with waiting.
So, with those two characters, we've definitely been boosted a bunch. And unfortunately, I'm still having to drop stuff, though. So, we already have a tower shield user. So I'm going to drop the tower shield because she already has one. That's 45 pounds right there. And it's only worth 7 gold. So yeah, I'm going to drop that. Actions. Drop. Okay, that's out. Let's look at her armor, actually. See if she needs anything better that we have. She has banded mail. It's a heavy armor. Unfortunately, I don't have any other heavy armors. And I don't have any character that needs a medium armor either. Yeah. So that's 30 pounds. That's 70. So if I drop... Here. This menu's kind of annoying. compared to the computer where you could just switch characters on it. Switch characters and scroll through it. Although I understand. Let's drop the chainmail. Did I take that offer?
I'm listening.
Okay, I didn't take the armor off. I guess that's just another set of mail.
Let's move already.
Because there's shared stash, and then there's specific stuff that the person is wearing. Okay, so that's just another set. Drop. We're at 640. If I drop this breastplate, we are below the heavy encumbrance.
I'm by your side.
And when you drop stuff on the map, it stays on the map as a treasure item, but we're in an encounter zone. So essentially these items, again, another sucky situation. These items dropped on this random encounter map are going to be, to my knowledge, destroyed. They're gone from the world because this is a random encounter and not a named location. So now it's telling me when I leave the area that this is what's left on the map. Like, if I had not looted those animals, it would have told me you could still loot these animals. And any treasure on the map that you would have found otherwise will be listed on the left. Your inventory is on the right. I'm going to leave those items behind.
Battles await.
Because I cannot leave otherwise. So we just lost 4 armors, which is not bad. Not bad at all. And from what I'm told, we have a trade hub upcoming. Let's save on the road again. Save. Okay. Well, Oleg's trading post. This abandoned border fort at the southern edge of Roslyn found a new life recently. Oleg and Svetlana Levitin, a couple from Rostov, rebuilt it into a trading post. This place is now one of the few hospitable shelters for travelers in surrounding wilderness. Let's stop for a moment and look at our menu, because we have not looked at our journal. Okay, we've completed those other quests. A bitter rival. The gnome sorcerer Tartusio, our leader's rival for the Baron's coronet, is wandering somewhere in the Stolen Lands. He is cunning, dangerous, and definitely preparing something nasty for us. One way or another, we must defeat him. Meet with Tartusio in the Stolen Lands. We've received a special task from Jamandi Eldori, a chance to claim our own barony, but only one of them may prevail. We must seek Tartusio out in the Stolen Lands and find out what our rival is busy with. And the Stolen Land main quest will fail in 89 days and 7 hours. We're setting off on our first big adventure. Jamandi Eldori, a Restovic sword lord, is testing the contenders, weighing who shall be ruler of the Stolen Lands. There's only one way to prove that you're worthy of the title. Rid the area of the ravaging bandits and their leader, the bloody cutthroat, known only as the Stag Lord. Tremble, ye scoundrels, we are coming. Go to the trading post. We can find shelter and get fresh information about the bandits at the trading post of certain Oleg Levitin. Let's get there. Keep track of passing time. Jamandi Eldori said that we have no more than 3 months to conquer the Stolen Lands. That sounds like more than enough, but we should still be mindful of passing time. So we're at the trading post. Let's enter the area. Alright, one more save in the tactical map.
No one stands in my way.
Let's go.
Some giant rabbits. Save yourselves, fools.
On my way.
I'm gonna brighten up the graphics a moment.
Let's move already.
Yeah, it's a lot better for the stream.
Head on.
The gate hinges are deformed and the deadbolt is broken. It seems someone didn't want this gate to close. In the name of the Stag Lord, the lawful authority in the stolen lands, we demand this week's tax. And some beer. And where's that pretty wife of yours, Oleg? Should we serve us... she should serve us dinner. Quiet down, dimwit. Oleg, we're just here for the Stag Lord's tax. Hand over the money, and we'll be on our way. You want to drink some of my blood, too? I'm sick of you. You're like locusts. You think you control everything around here just because you put up that painted rag of yours. You come here, squeeze us dry, and Oleg, a large man with a rough face, stops talking when he notices you. Ah, you must be guests from Rostov. And there's a bunch of options here. Lawful neutral. My task is to clear this land of bandits. I'll start right now. Retreat! We're too few for a fight. Let's call for help from the camp. No way. Just means we can rob a few idiots instead of just one. To arms, everyone.
To victory!
He struck first. Alright, Emperor. What we got going on here? Let's go for the guy on the right.
Serves you right.
Alright, let's get Valerie. Charge up to the middle. Ooh, critical hit. Alright, swing away at this guy. And he's dead. Gibleted. Quit going after Lindsay. Oh, that didn't kill him.
You deserved it.
Did that bolt just bounce off the dude? Like, nope. Oh, the electricity killed him. Nice. Excellent.
Stay behind me.
Here's a hit. Cut him down. Short sword.
All this waiting bores me.
All right.
No one stands in my way.
Take that, scoundrels. Oleg shakes his fist. But now, he scratches his head and stares at the ground gloomily. The girl got away. A plague on her. She's certain to complain to the Stag Lord. They came before to collect taxes, but this time they'll come to punish treason. Now what are we to do? He sighs heavily. If only I could send Svetlana somewhere safe and show those rats what's what. He notices a fair-haired maiden approach. Dove, why are you here? I told you to stay hidden. It's all over. I saw it. I just needed to be sure you were all right. The woman looks at her husband tenderly, if with a hint of sorrow. Oleg mumbles something as he looks away, embarrassed. My name is Svetlana. I'm sorry your arrival at our trading host turned out so unwelcoming. Let's see. I saw someone run out of the trading post. Do you know who it was? That must have been Boken. He sells potions. He lives out in the forest like a hermit, but he comes here every day. He knows every tree and bush in the area and how they can help you. The Stag Lord's gang wants him to work for them. He lacks the courage to fight those bandits, but he won't just walk away from us. He has a good heart, even if he grumbles a lot, especially recently. Tell me more about yourselves. Oleg shifts uncomfortably. Surely there are more important things to discuss. Well, all right. We're just honest people who came here from Restov. We fixed up the old fort to house travelers and give merchants a place to trade with the locals. We also deal with the occasional huntsman in the area. What does any of this matter? When those bandits come back, they'll either drain us dry or just kill us. Let's get to the point. You say the bandits are going to attack again. Who are they, and when will they arrive? Oleg waves his hand sullenly. Who are they? They're the Stag Lord's gang, that's who. These lands teem with bandits like bedbugs in a beggar's hut, and you just stirred them up. They have a camp not far from here. I expect they'll return in full force in half a day, maybe less. The Stag Lord won't take an insult like this lightly, and his henchmen are more like demons than men. Lawful good. You have nothing to fear. I'll help you deal with the attack. Well, I appreciate your good intentions. I may not have the best manners, but Oleg Levitin is the last name you'll hear accused of being ungrateful. If we manage to defend this post, I'll reward you proper. We have to hide Svetlana. Please don't argue, Dove. Now, we also need to decide on a plan. Go ahead and look around. There may be some tools that we can use for the battle. There's some pretty solid traps around, some tar, and a box of alchemist's fire, looks like. Alchemist fire? We could put it by the gate. Light it off with a burning arrow when those bandits are nearby. But that would set the post on fire, Oleg shouts, surprised. Well, maybe if we covered the walls with something to protect them. Alright, yes. I think it could work. I'll even shoot the arrow myself. I used to be pretty good with a crossbow back in my day. Can you answer a few more questions for me? I'm afraid they'll come back when we're chatting away, but what's to be done? Oleg mumbles. Tell me as much as you know. How many bandits are there? What do they want? What do they want? Those bloodsuckers think they own this land. They come, take what they want, and steal the better part of our money every month as a toll for their leader. They even broke our gate so we couldn't try to hide anything from them. No one knows exactly how many there are. Sometimes only 5 or 6 come. Sometimes it's a whole gang. I'd have shown them what for long ago, if not for Svetlana. They claimed they were collecting taxes. Why? For the Stag Lord and his cronies, of course. That Stag Lord fancies himself a king in these parts. He may have antlers for a crown, but all the troublemakers around here are happy to follow his orders as long as they're paid. So they charge an arm and a leg as taxes. And they call their executions punishment for treason. Even those who never swore allegiance to the Stag Lord. They're killed fast. If they're lucky. If not, Oleg looks to Svetlana. Dove, why don't you go start supper while we finish our talk? I've no need to be protected from dark talk. I'm not some blind kitten, you know. I've seen what they do to people. Svetlana lowers her head. Most of the gang is made up of sinful bandits, but there are a few monsters among the leadership, especially those close to the Stag Lord. Ox and Dovin from Nizrok come to mind. They like to make a show of their tortures and executions. My husband and I, we saw the bodies. Enough about the bandits for now. Oleg, I'd like to see your goods. Don't know what good trading will serve if those bloodsuckers come back and take everything, but alright, have a look. And somebody's walking up. Alright, here I am going to be trading a bunch of stuff. Chain shirt. All these armors. Bunch of stuff to sell. It's definitely dropped our weight a whole bunch though. A lot of these are just treasure items I can sell. Still not sure. Well, that'll do for now. Yeah. Alright, so we're at 1K gold. And we have a level up available.
I'm losing my temper.
Boken.
We do it my way.
A frail, disheveled old man wearing stained, tattered robe gives you a gloomy look. I'm Boken, local herbalist. What brings you here? Tell me about yourself. What's there to tell? I'm an herbalist. Make potions and sell them. Gather herbs, roots, berries. Boken sighs. I live in the forest, live off the land. Since leaving Restov for these parts, I ended up a merchant here at Oleg Svetlana's post. They let me in out of kindness, help me with things. They bring me water or firewood when it's cold, and the occasional barrel of honey. They're good people. We could use your help fighting the bandits. Where's this coming from? You want an old man like me to fight? Here, take this potion. Consider that my help in your fight. Diplomacy. The bandits here bother you as much as Svetlana and Oleg, maybe more. Help us get rid of them for good. Failed. I'd rather sit in the bushes and watch you and Oleg beat the daylights out of those thugs. Watching from a distance is more fun, you know? Alright, I failed that. We'll talk later. Oleg and Svetlana are discussing something in low but impassioned whispers. You manage to make out the words, forget about it, before they stop talking and turn to you. We'll talk later. Box contains various household and hunting tools. This rubbish seems unlikely to be helpful in battle.
About time.
Chickens. Okay, potatoes. Those are helpful. It's pretty cool that they're set up in a fort.
Let's go.
There's some disgusting slush in the pot. Succeeded at a lore nature check. This seems to be tar. Okay. Spill tar near the trading post entrance to help slow down the bandits. Awesome. Okay, so there's that. Oh, more stuff I can sell.
Battles await. All
rope. That's important. Is that a little dog?
Onwards.
Or is that a little cat? I think that's a cat. A kitten. Yeah, it's a little kitten. There's a sludge.
And so they walked on.
You can rely on me.
There's a well. The old well has been renovated and cleaned. It even has a new roof. A heavy crossbow and bucklers.
Let's move already.
I need a challenge.
Where are these traps he was talking about, though?
I lead. You follow.
Keep formation.
He mentioned traps. I used the oil.
Vigilant.
You can count on me.
I guess that's it.
Move on.
I'm losing my temper.
Now I realize I have a level up stowed, but I'm gonna save that, and it's gonna be for a specific reason here in a minute. And we're also going to keep any food we find because we use that to cook food when we're resting. You use up food as a consumable in recipes. Wait for the attack. I'm prepared for the attack. Get in your positions and wait. Fear not, I'll stand between you and this scum. You're under my protection. Amiri flexes her shoulders. Finally, a fight. Was bored with all that talking. Lindsay, well, these aren't the heroics I was hoping to write about, but I guess even the greatest heroes had to start somewhere. I see you're not easily cowed. I beg you, be careful, and please don't let Oleg do anything too risky. Svetlana, go hide inside. We're going to meet our guests. So, I was able to put down tar. I seem to recall there being actual, like, traps. Especially mentioned. Okay, I don't see traps. I see the tar, and that was a very powerful throw there. You're going to move up here because you don't want to be in the tar. Oh no, I should have had a person up here by him. I'll have a Miri divert. Perhaps Bidon. What else do we have? Inspire courage. First level bard can use their performance to inspire courage in their allies, including himself, bolstering them against fear and improving their combat abilities. To be affected, an ally must be able to perceive the bard's performance. An affected ally receives a +1 morale bonus on saving throws against charm and fear effects, and +1 competence bonus on attack and weapon damage rolls. At 5th level and every 6 bard levels after, this bonus increases by +1 to maximum +4. Attack and weapon damage rolls. Okay. Yep. So that'll help everyone that's using a weapon and attacking. So that was her standard action. Emperor, you are actually going to try to get this. You're going to try to get this guy sneaking around. So I started blasting. There you go. Oh, I hit Oleg. Well, she's now stuck in combat with these guys. She can't get that one. So, we're going to rage as a free action. Strike this orc. There you go.
Let us strike as one.
Missed that attack. She's doing her job. Oh, he's taking hits. I gotta get Lindsay to hit that guy too. Oh my god.
Any last wishes?
Miss, of course. And I missed. I need to get a sword. Can't do it while I'm in combat. He's not looking good at all. Alright, now I want you to charge this guy. Oh, you can't?
Doing it wrong. The spell is flawed. Tear them apart.
There you go.
Do not falter.
Opportunity attack. Ow. Try a daze. There you go. Are you serious?
They go down! Hey!
Onwards!
Oh, Oleg's actually dead. Oh crap, I guess I'm reloading. I thought he was knocked out, but it says he dies, so that is not my intention. Let's retry that combat. Let's retry that combat. Escort missions.
I won't be halted.
Try again.
To victory!
So that's 4 kills right there. That's a good one. Lindsay goes first this time. She's gonna move up. And you're gonna take a pot shot at this guy.
Serves you right.
Ooh, critical hit, but 4 damage? That's not great. Go for the archer. There's a good hit. 7 damage. Nice. Man, why couldn't I get like a punch in on him or something? I guess combat reflexes would have been a good feat to have for that. And I really need to get a Miri on that dude. Speaking of Amiri, you are going to rage. Just get in there and like just mud wrestle with them, you know? Ooh, nice. ahead and charge this guy. Miss. Nice. It's going a lot better. Blink. Alright, I want you to charge at that bowman. Awesome, he's dead. Haps Badon.
Let us strike as one.
Shoot him in the back.
You deserved it.
Bounces off the back of his bald head, you know, as crossbow bolts do. Alright. Miss. You know, I actually think I would play a kineticist, like an actual build, which is why I like this game. Is and especially now that there's the turn-based system in the game, I'd be testing out how I would play my character in a tabletop game through this game. See how well it works out in a turn-based, like, ability functions thing. Okay, the archers are down.
Do not falter.
Miss.
Any last wishes?
Back of the head. Start looting. There you go.
Onwards.
Oh, yeah, she got a hit.
This is where I step in.
Nice.
I'm losing my temper.
Awesome, we did it.
All this waiting bores me.
All right. Oleg. Oleg is breathing heavily, but he shakes his fist in the air menacingly. You rats got what you deserved. Now they'll know better than to treat honest people like cattle. We should call Boken out before he freezes in those bushes. Now, my lord, head on up to the guest rooms on the second floor. You deserve some rest after such a battle. I need to clean things up. And this is for your efforts. Now, don't offend me by trying to turn it down. Just take it. An honest fight deserves an honest reward. If that were more common practice in this world, I think life would be so much better. And I got 100 gold from him.
We do it my way.
Into the house.
Battles await.
Immediately
No
loot them of all their
stands in
food.
my way.
Svetlana. I'm glad it's all over, even if there was a fight. We'll talk tomorrow once I've finished working.
And so they walked on.
Upstairs.
I failed. I'm sorry.
Oh. Didn't I just save?
Let's move already.
I need a challenge.
Did I not just save? Pretty sure I did. That's a good example as to why you want to make sure you save before you open attempt to open chests, because you don't know if they're locked or not. Okay, there's the personal stash.
Let's go.
And I have some items I can grab from that.
All this waiting bores me.
On my way.
Battles await.
I think that just puts it on. Explorer's Belt, +2 enhancement bonus to Constitution, and +2 resistance bonus on saving throws against diseases, fatigue, and exhaustion. That's good. Bracers of armor, +1. Bracers grant their wearer an armor bonus of +1, just as though they were wearing armor. Like most bonuses, an armor bonus does not stack with armor bonuses from different sources, such as bonuses from wearing armor or from the mage armor spell. So, we'll see.
I'm losing my temper.
As you order.
There's a cat right there. Tiger. A beautiful tiger-striped orange tabby. Tiger may not be the friendliest kitten, but he'll happily curl up next to you while you sleep. Summons a pet cat. Cat's feral instincts provide +2 morale bonus on perception and lore nature checks. And that is something that you get from the bonus stuff. It's a little pet you summon. He just runs around with your party. And he's an activated, like, constant ability. Doesn't cost you anything other than just clicking on something to turn the pet on. There's also a red panda, but I always go for the cat.
No one stands in my way.
Yeah, he's on your bar now. So now Tiger the tabby is running around with me. It's a big cat. Yeah, he won't be in combat. He'll just run around with you. Alright. We have Some armors I have to look at. The cloak I put on was Cloak of Resistance 1. Grants the wearer a +1 resistance bonus on all saving throws. Always good. So my AC at the moment is 16. If I put this on, it is still 16. So I guess it's not going to... Not gonna work. Take that off.
Let's move already.
Maybe it'll work for Amiri.
Done with waiting.
She's at 15. That doesn't work.
What you want?
I'll figure it out.
You can rely on me. Here I am.
All this waiting bores me.
We're gonna save and then do a rest.
Battles await.
The cat's playing with bugs, I think. Go to sleep. You wake up from a nasty dream that tortured you almost all night long. In it, you saw a wall of unnaturally thick fog that surrounded you, slowly moving closer and closer. A quick look out of the window, and you find out that the fog was not a figment of your imagination, not a dream. And then...
Hear me. Please hear me. Can you hear me? Please.
The half-transparent outline of a beautiful nymph appears before you. Even in this ghostly form, it's clear that she's exhausted. Her shoulders are slouched, and her large blue eyes burn within her pale face. Her voice is barely more than a whisper as she reaches towards you. It seems that only you can see or hear the nymph. I'm glad my adventure begins with such a beautiful sight.
Beauty is so tender. It can so easily be crushed under the blows of cruel fate. But you can save it from being undone.
Sparks light up and fade in the nymph's huge eyes. Who are you?
Who am I? Just a tear shed by the land itself. The bitter sigh of nature. I am a nymph, the guardian of this area. A defeated guardian. Call me the guardian of the bloom, if you wish.
What do you want from me?
Aid, salvation. We have a common enemy, and long have I searched for someone who can defeat him. The one you call the Stag Lord. As a storm strikes ruthlessly with gusts and lightning, the Stag Lord wreaks havoc with the swords of his servants. And not just in the world of people. The land also suffers from the evil he brings. My forests and my flowers suffocate in this fog. Soon, even I will vanish, as the last ray of light fades at dusk.
The Stag Lord is responsible for the fog?
Yes. It hides his fortress as well as his dark deeds. But while responsible, he did not create this affliction.
It is the work of a powerful druid who has betrayed even himself. I know not why the powers did not leave this renegade, but even I was unable to defeat him.
How can I help you?
This fog, it enshrouds, entangles, suffocates. If only I could learn how it was created. But my powers wane. I have barely the strength to call out to you. All I know for certain is that somewhere in this forest lies an old house, and it echoes with the remnants of a strange power. The Stag Lord and his druid were there. The fog hides this place from me, but I can point you to the bandits' camp near the Thornford. Make them tell you where this place is. Go there and listen to the echo, catch the whispers, search for anything that can tell you how the fog was created. Once the fog clears, nature will breathe again, and you will be able to easily find your way to the fortress of our mutual enemy.
All right, I understand. Farewell.
I don't believe in fate, stranger, but our meeting seems more than a coincidence.
The nymph's whisper fades as she disappears.
No one stands in my way.
There are no threats in this location. It is a sort of headquarters where you can prepare your party for a new expedition. In such locations, companions don't follow you around and will go about their own business. You can speak with them freely to get to know them better. Alright.
I lead. You follow.
Looks like there's another person here.
I'm losing my temper. We do it my way.
Svetlana Levitin. Good day. I hope you're feeling alright after that battle. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. I definitely don't want to waste your time, but if you have a moment, I have a request. What did you want to ask me? Svetlana lowers her head. This is a very personal request, and I may be not important enough for your time. I'll completely understand if you say no, but the first time the Stag Lord's thugs came here demanding money, they also took my wedding ring. Just tore it off my hand. It's just a trinket, really, but it meant so much to me. I remember every moment of the day Oleg came to me, that ring in his hand, to ask if I'd marry him. I was standing in a fancy dress on the stairs of my father's home, fearing that I'd misheard something, or that I'd say something stupid and everyone around would laugh. Svetlana interrupts herself, shaking her head gently. If you happen to find my ring among the bandits' possessions, please bring it back to me. It's easy to recognize. My name is engraved inside the band. Svetlana drops her eyes, lowering her voice. There is one more thing. Among the bandits there is a dark-haired woman who wields dual axes. She's not bad in a fight. In fact, she can be extremely dangerous and cruel. But please, I beg you, show her mercy if you have the chance. I'd be happy to help, Svetlana. Svetlana nods. I'm so grateful for your help. Tell me about yourself. How did you and your husband find the courage to establish a trading post in the Stolen Lands? It was Oleg's idea. Is here, of course. And everyone's accustomed to relying on them. Even the mention of someone like Lady Jamandi could be enough to fend off a street thug or some other trouble. It could maybe even work in some places here, but not with the Stag Lord's men. What can you tell me about the Stag Lord? He's not just some average bandit, and if no one puts a stop to him, he'll turn the Stolen Lands into his personal kingdom, a kingdom of fear and oppression. And there's a lot of options here. Lawful good. It would be a kingdom of lawlessness. Once I've dealt with the Stag Lord, your life will improve. I can't thank you enough for the hope you've given me, but please, be careful. The Stag Lord is extremely dangerous. I have to go. Farewell. Okay, that's a quest now, an errand. What a mess. While we were resting at the trading post, our leader suddenly stared into empty space, moving his lips as if he were talking to someone. And then he said he knows where the bandits who attacked the trading post are camped. We'll never find the Stag Lord's fortress and all this ominous fog that blankets the area, but if we track down this gang, we'll be able to follow their trail. Off we go.
Let's move already.
Alright, let's speak to this person. The elf looks straight at you, through the tangled hair falling over her face. Hey, you're an adventurer, right? Seeking your fortune in the Stolen Lands. You aren't the only one of your kind here. Take my advice. Keep your eyes open and watch your back. Sometimes the ones who call themselves your friends are more dangerous than your enemies. Judging by the elf's voice, it's obvious that she started the day with a jug of wine. Who are you? The elf grunts. Enorial Eight Eyes. Once upon a time, I was famous throughout Absalom. Enorial Eight Eyes of the Reckless Six. Well, glory passes quickly. A few miserable decades later, and no one recognizes you on the street anymore. What a shame. Why are you called Eight Eyes? Once, long ago, I could spot an enemy and pin him to the wall before he can even think of attacking. Some said I had 8 eyes and looked all around at once, though it seemed I've outlived my nickname. Enorial stretches her arm forward. Her palm trembles noticeably. I've been drinking so much lately, it's best I don't test my skills too often. What are you doing here? I sit here waiting for adventurers who are in need of help. We may be sitting here in the backwoods tavern, but in Absalom, I have a lot of friends who are eager to make a few coins. They have brave hearts but shallow pockets. A little gold would be a welcome change for them. I can send them a message, and they will come from Absalom through a portal. If you're interested, just give me a sign, and we'll arrange everything right away. Also, I can summon the tutors from the Pathfinder Society, who can retrain you and your companions. They're quite willing to do this for free, the first 3 times you request their services. After that, the price for retraining will gradually increase. Such is their way of doing business with all new clients. Where were you when the trading post was attacked? I was hunting. Got a little lost in the mist, which is the first time that's happened to me. I guess I should go easier on the drink. But don't you imagine I'd be scared of a good fight. If only I'd known I was missing all the action. But I see you've got everything under control. Would you like to join me? No. I've got enough things to do already. You'd better manage on your own. A famous Pathfinder here in the middle of nowhere. Why? You want to know how one could exchange the life of a Pathfinder for this sorry drunken rat hole? The light in Honoriel's eyes goes out as if someone had blown out a candle. You lose all your friends because of one scumbag, and then you'll understand. I was the only one to return from the final campaign of the Reckless Six, and whatever is left of me can't be called a seeker anymore. Honoriel remains silent for a long time, as if wondering if she wishes to poke the old wound. Here's the story. Our leader, Vermelt, was the best of us. Wise, brave, friends with everyone. One of those friends, Adivion Adrissant, sent him a disturbing letter. He stumbled upon mention of some ancient books on the art of necromancy. Secrets like those are best left hidden forever. Trust me, I've seen what that kind of magic can do. The elf bites her lip. To make a long story short, these volumes were supposedly hidden in the catacombs of Gallowspire. We decided that the books should be retrieved and kept safe by the Society. We gathered in a tavern, discussed the expedition, then proceeded to Ustalav. It was a normal mission, a quick and quiet recovery. Honoriel smiles bitterly. But everything turned out to be much more complicated. We barely made it through the Witchgate Forest. All those terrible living trees, undead druids, and their arches of bone. It was a miracle we managed to make it out alive. We'd chosen Wrenchurch to stop at. It was marked at Vermelt's map, on Vermelt's map, as a safe enough haven to hole up in and lick our wounds. How I wish that had been true. Vermelt was the first to perish. He was attacked by one of the monsters hiding in the stables. It tossed him about like a feather and threw him down an ancient well. His shout echoed for a long time, and I didn't hear the sound of him landing. And then, Honoriel pauses and turns away, hiding her eyes. Enough. I shouldn't have gotten into this. Who am I to stir up others' feelings with all my chatter? We'd better forget about it for now. Maybe I'll tell you more some other time, but not today. Regarding your story, let's see here. Remind me how the last campaign of the Reckless Six began. Okay, that just repeats it. What happened in Wrenchurch? The elf shakes her head. I have no wish to fill your sleep with nightmares. When you prove that you can stand firm in battle, that you can achieve victory without losing yourself along the way, then I will tell you of the horrors that waited us in Wrenchurch. Let's talk about something else. I want to know more about the Pathfinder Society. What exactly are you interested in? What is the purpose of the society? It's a school of adventurers. We search for those who are eager to test their skills, and we educate them and give them ideas about where on Galerion they might seek their fortune. They look for forgotten knowledge, secrets, and lost artifacts. They are explorers and pathfinders. We're a sort of mutual assistance club for adventure lovers. We exchange experience, share knowledge, and keep careful records, in case it proves useful to future expeditions. And also, we publish books for thrill seekers, and bored urban teenagers from wealthy families. What kind of members does the society have? All sorts of adventurers. We have representatives from all races, religions, and beliefs. The Grand Lodge is in Absalom, but there are many smaller lodges throughout Galarion. The venture captain the venture captains direct Pathfinders to their goals from across all corners of the world. There are many renowned heroes in the society, and many scoundrels as well, whose service in the society has brought them fame. Who does the society support? You mean, who does it serve? No one in particular. Pathfinders try not to get involved in the quarrels of others. They serve only the spirit of adventure, and sometimes they happen to save the world. However, that doesn't mean there are no black sheep among the Seekers. We'll talk about this later. I need loyal and experienced fighters. I have friends like that. Just decide who exactly you need, and they will come on my signal. This will cost you 500 gold pieces, which is relatively cheap compared to what I remember in my game on the PC. And it's because I found out that it all is based on your level when you hire them. So that's why I didn't level up earlier. I agree. So now I can make a custom character that can be in my party and also be used as an advisor later on. So this is going to be an important time for me to hire people because it's so cheap. And again, I am desperately wishing that there were more character portraits. They actually took all the portraits off of the characters that are main characters in the game. I wonder why that is. They offer, when you create your character, your main character, like portraits of people you're going to be interacting with like immediately after and in the game later. So it's kind of awkward. And then like they don't offer it to you when you make them into new characters. So I guess it's only like it's an exclusive thing for an add-on maybe. So I'm going to go to my fallback option for my first character I'm going to make. First party member, I should say. I'm going to pick the vampire redhead here. While not the look that I want, she's actually going to be an Aasimar. I'm going to make another hard-hitting, hopefully DPS character to fight alongside Amiri while Valerie holds the line. So, I'm going to make not a Slayer. Who was it? Who was it? Magus, yeah. I believe it was a Sword Saint. Because they focus on one weapon and then they get a proficiency in a weapon, and it could be an exotic one. So a Sword Saint Magus. Let's go after her looks now. That's a gold. That's closest red I can get. See, I had this character made before on the other one. I don't remember which hair I used. I'll come back to it. So, Heritage of Aasimar is pretty cool. I don't know why it does that. It doesn't give me the options initially until I go into it. But I'm going to make this Aasimar an Emberkin, or Parry-blooded. Masters of Fire Magic, the Emberkin feel that the dual pool of their parry forebear, as well as that of the fallen angel further down their ancestry, and wrestle with their urges to do both good and evil. Parry-blooded Aasimars have a +2 racial bonus to intelligence and charisma, and a +2 racial bonus on lore, religion, and knowledge arcana checks that can be used, and can use the Burning Arc special once per day. So this is the fire-based Aasimar. One moment. Okay. So Emberkin. This is going to be the tough one. I'm pretty sure she's going to be strength-based. But, you know, some spell casting, being a magus. So let's go ahead and go for 16 strength. I believe I actually took charisma from her when I built her last time. I think I dropped her charisma and used those points elsewhere. I could always retrain her in the future. So intelligence for the Magus. Perception. She has a fortitude of 4. Okay, it takes 3 points for that. I might actually do this. Huh, so I can't go below 9? Yeah. I think this is what I'm going to do. Because she's not going to be there in the party to assist with persuasion checks of any sort, so I dropped the charisma bonus. She's going to be a damage-dealing, two-handed character. Specifically, I think the Fauchard, or however you say it, the two-handed glaive-type weapon, like a polearm, I think is the term. While dexterity is important for dodging, I'm going to be speccing her when I level her up into an armored barbarian. So she'll be tanky with her armor, and the dexterity won't matter as much. And I really just want to have that reflex bonus from the dexterity increase up to +1 at least. So I think this is a good setup for what I'm wanting to do later. If anything, if it does not work out, in the end, I can always retrain them for a large sum of money. We're gonna give her athletics, give her mobility. What else? You know, it would not hurt. It would not hurt to give her trickery. That way I can keep her in my party and she could be the tricker. Trickery is what you use to diffuse traps, open boxes. So that would be pretty good to have that option. And this is a character that's my essentially I'm making the character I always have as a secondary follower or a secondary character idea when I play any RPG or anything. And I've, in previous games like Dragon Age and Dragon's Dogma, those two Dragon games, I've gone back and forth between her being like an assassin and being like a berserker. Like back and forth, which I always like the idea of her being like adaptable. So yeah, I'm gonna give her trickery. While not as great as the others, wait a minute, I have trickery apparently. Unless it's just a base value of the bonus I'd get. I think it's just a base value. I don't actually have trickery trained on Emperor. But if I have it trained, I can use it. Disarm traps or devices, open locks, pilfer objects from creatures, and so on. Okay, yeah, so I gave her athletics, mobility, and trickery. Why not? I like having that option. On that note of having the option of a character with trickery, usually I keep Lindsay because she's the character that has trickery. She's the one that does disarming and opening of locks and stuff. But if she fails and I don't happen to be able to save scum, you know, it gives me another option to have a second character that I'm probably going to keep in my party, hopefully, that can make an attempt. Technically, it'd be better if Emperor had that, because Emperor has more ranks available because he's a human. But well, you know, that is a better thing to do because I have more dexterity. So I go back on that option. Perception. Perception, perhaps? Intelligence would be good. Like one of the knowledge checks would be better. Nope, nope. Trickery. Just to do it. Just to do it. Get it over with. Okay, feat. We have 1 feat because we are not human. What is she gonna have? What is she gonna have? Well, she's gonna have a polearm. So that's gonna give her... That's a reach weapon, so that gives her plus 5 more feet, I believe, of reach. What did I give her before? I'm trying to remember. Power attack's good. I'll probably give her power attack. But let's just make sure. Attacks of opportunity per round. Honestly, I'm going to give her combat reflexes. That way, if somebody's moving around trying to screw us over, because she'll have a reach weapon, she'll be double likely to smack somebody. So let's do that. And combat reflexes are like it's an auto attack. They take a melee weapon swing. So that'll be good. She'll be able to knock people down. So I get to choose a weapon I focus in because I am a Sword Saint Magus. Which will be... I believe it was a Fauchard. Falcard. However, a two-handed, I think it's a martial weapon, but it's a polearm. It's like a poleaxe kind of a deal. And she has spells because she's a magus. She has 5 to pick. We are going to go, because this is an actual thing I have to deal with now in turn-based game mechanics. Burning Hands. I think she gets cantrips too, level 0. But these are level 1 spells, I'm pretty sure. I want to say they are. Flare Burst would be good for the theme I'm going for. Expeditious Retreat. What is the last good one I can do? I guess shield be. Oh, I need two more. Shield and. I guess enlarge person. Alright, now we get to pick our alignment. She is actually going to be a chaotic evil character. And it's not playing the voices for me. It is not playing the voices for me, and that's upsetting me. Roll the credits? Why is that an option? I want to say because you can't change this unless you spend money later. Which I don't want to spend money just to switch the voice around. I'm going to go with pragmatic and hope that's the one I wanted. Birthday. I don't know what date I picked. I am not sure. Okay. Alright, Chaotic Evil Sword Saint. Female ASMR. And excuse me, and because the Sword Saint like gives you a specific weapon to work with that you have to pick and focus on, it gives you that weapon focus feat for that already. So that's through your class given a free feat. But that's how the class works, is you work with that weapon. At least that's what you try to focus on. Okay, so she has Acid Splash, Daze, Light, Ray of Frost, Touch of Fatigue, Disrupt Undead, Flare, Burning Hands, Flare Burst, Expeditious Retreat, Shield, and a Large Person. So these last 5 are level 1 spells. All these others are cantrips, or however you call them in Pathfinder. She has an 11 armor class, 4 fortitude, 2 will, 1 reflex. I gave her combat reflexes. Which is opportunity attacks. Okay. I'm also still hoping that, oh yeah, her color for outfit. I'm also still hoping that her voice kicks in and it's not just a glitch.
All this waiting bores me.
So, one thing I'm wondering,
Battles await.
I'm gonna do a save. Party creation. One thing I am wondering, one thing I'm ultimately wondering, is with this new interface for the console version,
I'm losing my temper.
how am I supposed to scroll through the other party members if they're not there? Like, I'm in the hub. You're supposed to be able to go through the menu in the base game on PC, and you can just see everybody that's in your party, even if they're not in your direct party. Like everyone that you have in your retinue.
Let's move already.
There's no one here but me now, because it's the console version and it's a special version of it.
No one stands in my way.
How do I access the other characters? Like, there's no option on the bottom.
All this waiting bores me.
There's no option to scroll from character to character. There's no option in that menu.
I'm losing my temper.
There's no option to show the party members in that part.
Battles await.
How am I supposed to level them up without going out into the world, which takes up time in the world? Like okay, the way it works is when you leave the tactical map, the hub, you're asked who you want to bring with you. It pops up a menu and you put who you want into your party, and the others stay behind. If you have more than that, that's fine. What the problem is you can't change your party members when you're out in the field. So if you want to level up your party members, from what I'm gathering now on this console version, one of my only qualms so far is you have to leave to the world map and take up time in the world map, in the world passing time deal. Like, you're on timed quests, and you have to spend while a very like minimum amount of time just to do that. It's still inconvenient because you have to go through load screens. So that is unfortunate. You also can't do it on formation. Well, you know, you can only do so much, I guess.
No one stands in my way.
Now that I have a party member too, I can't level her
All
up
this waiting
to level 2. Unless... Okay, no, this is just for me. You have to have the character selected and then go to the level up. So, you have to be out in the field to level up your followers. That sucks. That really sucks. I'm not going to level myself up yet because I'm going to recruit more followers. Okay, so the price did not go up. I recruited one person already. And it did not go up. So who do we want next? We have Emperor, who is a spell casting and is going to be a sword user later. So I'm going to be kind of back and forth with that. So I'm more of an off DPS, I guess. We have Amiri, the Barbarian, who's a straight up damage dealer, two-hander. We have Pandemona, the new character I did, who is going to be a second damage dealer with some magic to deal with issues. And those two are going to have like teamwork feats where they can like slap people around. We have Valerie, who's going to be my tank. That's 4 people so far in a party. Let me back out. Of 6 slots. Okay, so that's Amiri, Pandemona, Valerie. We have Lindsay the Bard, who's going to be supporting us through bardic magics and her roguish, her bardic trickery. And we have room for one more character. I'm pretty sure we're going to get another character relatively soon, depending on what we do. It wouldn't hurt to have a healer, though. So I'm probably going to make a healer. What kind of a character, though? I have one character in mind that I usually always do. But I don't have the imagery to relay who this character is. Because I don't have custom imagery like I did before. So, I'm actually thinking of doing what I suggested doing earlier on when I was looking at the portraits. I'm going to make that Joan of Arc looking woman into a character. Because I really like the art. It's really lovely art, and I think I'm going to make her into a supporting character. I don't know if I can make a character that has polearm use, though. Like, that's a cleric, or however. I've never done that. So let's see what I can do. That would be really cool. Like, I think of, what's her name? Soul Calibur has a character that uses a banner-ridden spear and a short sword in her offhand. And I think of her when I look at that imagery. But mainly I think of like a Joan of Arc type crusader. And she's an Aasimar, so she has to be another Aasimar. So that'll be cool. Let's see who else we got picture-wise that I could probably recreate. I could make another soldier, make a legionary, but he wouldn't be a healer. That appears to be like a witch hunter ranger. That's like a rogue. He's got a glaive of some sort, a polearm. Halfling. I could have a paladin. I could have a dwarven paladin. That'd be interesting. Dwarven Paladin. What could I use him for? A future note, like, any character you make, alignment-wise and whatever, you can, any of these characters, you can, not just your custom characters, but the party members you recruit in your story, you can use them as advisors and people that help you run your kingdom in the game. And depending on their alignment and what their specific goals are as characters, they'll affect like outcomes of stuff through story and your the descriptions of events and stuff like that. There's an Aasimar monk. That's cool. I really like the Aasimar art. But on that note, like, if I had a paladin, he has to be lawful good to be a paladin to begin with. So if he'd be a paladin of Torag, I believe, in the Pathfinder. He's Moradin in Dungeons and Dragons, or at least the equivalent is. Paladin of Torag would be cool. I don't know if he has a lot of healing though. Paladins do. You know, I just thought of an interesting thing. What if I made her... Oh, that's the other thing. When you have a custom party member, you don't have those interesting dialogue bits as they interject in scenarios. So you miss out on that. That's the sad thing. The customization doesn't go that far where you make them speak about stuff. Or I should say, like, the closest thing you could have to that, like, for the game developers to have put into place would be, like, certain dialogue options based on alignment and your voice that you picked for the character. I really am thinking of using her. I was on the tangent of thinking of her being a bard cleric. Like a bardic cleric that inspires the party with I guess it'd be like religious zeal. And honestly, it's kind of how I'm gonna think of my character later on when I take levels. But I think I might build her. We're gonna make her a cleric of some sort. So she has to match the picture. She's an Aasimar. Aasimar. Okay, it's seizing up. I'm glad it was just a hiccup. Cleric. What do we got cleric-wise? Class progression. Let's look at that. We haven't done that yet. Channel energy. That's your healing ability mainly. And you also have to select you have to select your alignment, and your alignment for cleric dictates what gods you worship or you get your spells from. You get 2 domains from the gods, the god you pick, that you choose from. Medium armor, shields. Does she need to have open arms? Like open hands? One hand open? I'm not sure. Let's see what the other ones are. Crusader. Serve the militant arm of the church, ready to stand guard over the religion's holy places and to be its swift avenging arm against those who resist his truth. Channel energy. Crusader bonus feat. So it's like a fighter cleric. What is the Crusader bonus feat? Heavy armor proficient. Okay, so it is it's essentially like a paladin like Crusader. Herald Caller. Unlike Crusaders or Paladins who charge headlong into battle in the name of their patron deities, Herald Callers are adept at calling powerful outsiders to aid their brethren in battle. Oh, so that's a summoner. A Herald Caller can channel stored spell energy into summoning spells that she hasn't prepared ahead of time. She can lose a prepared spell in order to cast any summoned monster of the same level. So it's a summoner. Summon. Okay, so it's just a creature summoner. I'm not a big fan of creature summoning. Depends on summoned allies to overcome her foes, which affords her little experience with the martial pursuits typical of other clerics. I was hoping this be like a bardic cleric. That's what I was hoping, like Ecclesiathurge. Eschewing physical armor for protection via the strength of their faith, and Ecclesiathurge focuses on the miracles of the deity, bestows on the breadth of the deity's dominion. Blessing of the faithful. So they don't wear any armor. Now what is their deal? Bless one ally. Quarterstaff, favorite weapon. I really don't know what to pick. Standard Cleric versus Ecclesiathurge. I guess you get more blessing stuff. Because this really doesn't tell me like anything other than maybe spells gained from being a cleric. What does the spell casting look like though? That would be good to know. I probably won't know until later. Blessing of the Faithful. Well, let's try Ecclesiathurge. They don't focus on armor at all, which would go more along the route of the imagery. That would essentially be what she's wearing. Ecclesiathurge. She's gotta be thin, I believe. Oh, that's the thing I didn't change on the character before, was the face. I screwed up on my other character. Not that it matters too much. She's got kind of a dainty look. Long blonde hair. Secondary color. Would there be a secondary? I guess it'd just be white and white. It's more peaches, honestly, but nothing near that. Whatever you call it. Wait. There you go, 25. It's very light pink, but it kind of suits the image. Heritage. Who is she going to be? That's a wisdom charisma for a standard. Strength and charisma. That's not gonna do. Lesser restoration per day. That's important, having that extra ability. Probably Angelkin. While the strength is not going to really help, that's something I could always put towards something else when I take the points. Okay, so because I don't pick my alignment yet, I guess it's telling me to pick the god. Saren Ray's healing. Does Abadar have healing? No. Glory, good, and healing. I believe Serenray is who I'm going to be using for this character. Channel positive energy for the heals. Yeah, I think Glory Domain and Healing Domain. Glory and Healing. Alright. Cleric uses Wisdom. So that's going to be their biggest one. We're going to drop that strength bonus. That's probably how I'm going to do it here. 9 strength. $14 dex for dodge mainly, and armor. $12 con, so she gets more health. A little bit more fortitude. She got a +6 will with that. She doesn't really need intelligence. But she's mainly going to be our healer. 3 points. Religion. Mobility. I think I'll just I don't know. Magic device, might as well give her that. Alright, 1 feat. I think I'm going to give her the extra channel. 2 additional times per day for channeling, which is the healing. I'm probably going to go neutral good with her. Or maybe lawful good. Maybe lawful good. Pious. Am I still good with the deity selection? Okay, yeah, still good with the deity. Lawful good, pious. I don't know. What are we gonna name her? What is a good name? She's got a very Joan of Arc feel. What's a good alternative, like, style to that? And if you have any suggestions, those who are watching? Anyone watching want to give me a suggestion for her name? She's a cleric, a healer. She's got the glorious, the glory and the healing domains from a god that's about... What is the god about? Compassion and peace are her greatest virtues, and if enemies of the faith can be redeemed, they should be. Worship of this goddess of healing, honesty, and redemption, and the sun began far to the inner sea. Okay, so it's a sun goddess. I don't know. Well, let's go with the French theme. Okay. That's something. It's not appropriate by any means, pronunciation-wise, but, you know, I think it's pretty nice. Alright, this is our new healer. Lawful good. A determined face is what I gave her. Alright. And with that, guys, I think I'm done for today's session. We have made 2 custom characters, and we have unlocked the world map with our story. We have 88 days and 5 hours to take out the Stag Lord and his bandit horde and retake the realm and start my barony here. So that is definitely the biggest project we got going.
Let's move already.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to save it for the next session. So again, thank you guys for watching. I'm very excited for this campaign. Very excited for the new turn-based version of this game to be out. We will get back into the heat of battle with all of our spell crafting and whatnot, with actual strategy involved instead of just the base game running around with people shooting at you. So, look forward to that. Thanks, guys, for watching. This has been Emperor Haterius playing Pathfinder Kingmaker on the PS4. We will rule the Stolen Lands. See you guys in the next one. Take care.